Chapter 285. Savage Beast, clean this place up. After killing Yu Jing, Mo Qingyun instructed Savage Beast and walked into the City Lord's mansion. After entering the City Lord's mansion, Mo Qingyun and Mo Feiyu started talking about their next move. Brother Mo, we're here. While Mo Qingyun and Mo Feiyu were talking, Li Mao and Yin Yuan walked in with smiles on their faces and greeted Mo Qingyun. Brother Li, Brother Yin, please have a seat. Seeing Li Mao and Yin Yuan arrive, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and greeted them. Brother Mo, if I knew you guys were this strong, I wouldn't have meddled in your business and embarrassed myself. Now that he knew the strength of Mo Qingyun and the other two, Li Mao smiled awkwardly at Mo Qingyun. From Li Mao's point of view, when he stopped Lin Liangxian from attacking Mo Qingyun and the other two, he seemed to be meddling in other people's business and looking for trouble. Hearing Li Mao's awkward words, Mo Qingyun waved his hand and interrupted him. He smiled faintly and said, Brother Li, you can't say that. You're a righteous and warm-hearted person who likes to fight for justice. This is the demeanor of a hero. How can you say that you're meddling in other people's business? Hee, Brother Mo, now that you've said that, I'm even more embarrassed. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Li Mao immediately became even more embarrassed and smiled sheepishly. Then, Mo Qingyun started chatting with Li Mao and Yin Yuan. He asked them about the situation at the Yuan Dam battlefield. While talking with Li Mao and Yin Yuan, Mo Qingyun's heart suddenly stirred as he came up with another plan. When this idea appeared, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly. He looked at Yin Yuan and Li Mao and asked, Brother Li, Brother Yin, I wonder if the two of you are interested in becoming a city lord? Becoming a city lord. After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Li Mao and Yin Yuan's expressions immediately changed. They were shocked and said in surprise, The two of us? Mo Qingyun's words were beyond their expectations. It was something they had never expected. With the two of their statuses, wanting to become the lord of a city was simply a fantasy. Li Mao and Yin Yuan looked confused. They turned to Mo Qingyun and waited for Mo Qingyun's explanation. Why would Mo Qingyun suddenly ask them if they were interested in becoming the city lord? Mo Qingyun didn't beat around the bush when he saw the doubtful expression on Li Mao's and the others' faces. He immediately explained, It's like this. I plan to occupy Pine Cauldron City and gather some information for me. However, I don't have the time to take care of it. Therefore, I want the two of you to be the city lords of Pine Cauldron City and help me manage Pine Cauldron City and gather some information for me. Of course, if you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, you can ask Savage Beast for help. Mo Qingyun added. After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Li Mao and Yin Yuan revealed a look of understanding. They understood Mo Qingyun's plan. Brother Mo, it's not difficult for us to manage Pine Cauldron City for you. After replying to Mo Qingyun, Yin Yuan's face revealed a difficult expression. He frowned and said, If you want to rule Pine Cauldron City, you need a large number of people. However, to recruit a large number of people, you need a large amount of elemental spirit stones. You don't have to worry about this. I've already prepared the cost of recruiting people. Hearing Yin Yuan's concerns, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly. He took out a Chinquan bag and threw it to Yin Yuan. He said, Brother Yin, there's 1 billion elemental spirit stones in here. Use it to recruit people. If it's not enough, you can get more from me. 1 billion elemental spirit stones. After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Li Mao and Yin Yuan were immediately stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. The combined wealth of the two of them only amounted to a few million elemental spirit stones. Mo Qingyun had actually taken out 1 billion elemental spirit stones in one go. They were all humans, so why was the difference so great? More importantly, Mo Qingyun was only at the 5th level of the true energy boundary. With such a comparison, Li Mao and Yin Yuan felt a blow to their confidence. They seemed to be living too miserably. Seeing Li Mao and Yin Yuan's depressed expressions, Mo Qingyun only smiled faintly. He didn't say anything more. He took out a Chinquan bag and threw it to Yin Yuan. He said, Brother Yin, there are some cultivation techniques weapons, and armors here. After you recruit people, you can distribute them to everyone. After receiving the Chinquin bag from Mo Qingyun, Yin Yuan opened it and looked inside. He was instantly stunned. The Chinquin bag was filled with all kinds of weapons, armors, and the like. There were nearly 10,000 of them. This was more than 1 billion elemental spirit stones. After discovering this, Yin Yuan's heartbeat immediately sped up. He looked at Mo Qingyun with awe. What kind of person was Mo Qingyun? Wasn't this attack too overbearing? After a short moment of excitement, Yin Yuan's expression tensed up. He revealed an awkward smile and said, "Brother Mo, we've only met by chance. You're giving us so many things at once. Aren't you afraid that we'll take them and run away?" Hearing Yin Yuan's words, Mo Qingyun's impression of them immediately improved. He smiled faintly and said, "I believe in my judgment. I believe in my judgment." Although Mo Qingyun's words were simple, they shook Li Mao and Yin Yuan's hearts. They couldn't help but feel a little touched. Mo Qingyun actually believed in them so much. Immediately, Li Mao and Yin Yuan's faces turned serious. They looked at Mo Qingyun and said seriously, "Brother Mo, don't worry. Since you think so highly of us, we won't let you down. We'll definitely manage Pine Cauldron City well." Hearing Li Mao and Yin Yuan's promise, Mo Qingyun revealed a satisfied smile. He smiled faintly and said, "Brother Li, Brother Yin, with your words, I'm relieved. Later, the two of you will recruit people and help me issue a few bounty notices." Next, Mo Qingyun explained the contents of the bounty notices to Li Mao and Yin Yuan. The general contents were as follows. First, whoever provides the exact location of the eye demon will be rewarded with 300,000 elemental spirit stones. Second, whoever kills a member of the Great Xia's Du family will be rewarded with 1 million elemental spirit stones. Third, whoever provides information on the violet snow milk, the Brahmin sea-scale blood fruit, and the heavenly spring jade dew will be rewarded with 1 million elemental spirit stones. After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Li Mao and Yin Yuan's expressions immediately changed. They revealed a look of surprise and said, "Brother Mo, you're looking for the Brahmin sea-scale blood fruit." "That's right. Do you know where it is?" After hearing this, Mo Qingyun immediately revealed a look of excitement. He looked at Li Mao and Yin Yuan expectantly. "Yesterday, when we were passing by Shilin City, we heard that the Brahmin sea-scale blood fruit you're looking for is in Cloud Core Valley." Yin Yuan replied to Mo Qingyun with a serious look on his face. Cloud Core Valley. After hearing Li Mao's words, Mo Qingyun's heart became excited. He decided to make a trip to Cloud Core Valley. The Brahmin sea-scale blood fruit was the main ingredient for refining the heavenly spring quenching golden pill. He had to collect it as soon as possible to refine the heavenly spring quenching golden pill. After making up his mind, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate any longer. He asked Li Mao and Yin Yuan, "Do you know where Cloud Core Valley is?" "We've been to Cloud Core Valley once. We know how to get there." Yin Yuan nodded in response. He then told Mo Qingyun the route to Cloud Core Valley. At the same time, he reminded him, "Brother Mo, Cloud Core Valley is very dangerous. You must be careful when you enter." "Yes." Mo Qingyun nodded. He turned to look at Mo Feiyu and said, "Father, I'm going to Cloud Core Valley. You and Zishu stay in Pine Tripod City first. I'll ask Savage Beast to stay behind to protect you." After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Mo Feiyu's expression immediately froze. He said worriedly, "No, it's too dangerous for you to go to Cloud Core Valley alone. Let Savage Beast go with you." "There's no need for that. I'll go alone. Once Savage Beast leaves, there will be no one to guard Pine Tripod City." After hearing Mo Feiyu's words, Mo Qingyun shook his head and rejected his suggestion. After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Mo Feiyu did not say anything else. He nodded in agreement with Mo Qingyun's decision. After instructing Mo Feiyu, Mo Qingyun also instructed Wang Zishu to stay in Pine Tripod City's city governor's mansion without worry. After that, Mo Qin Yun instructed Li Mao and Yin Yuan before leaving Pine Tripod City and heading to Cloud Core Valley. After leaving Pine Tripod City, Mo Qin Yun rushed to Cloud Core Valley at full speed. 8 days later, Mo Qin Yun finally arrived at Cloud Core Valley with all his might. To Mo Qin Yun's surprise, his cultivation had unknowingly reached the peak of the early stage of the true energy realm during the 8 days of rushing. After discovering this, Mo Qin Yun could not help but be overjoyed. He sighed inwardly. The 5-element spiritual body is indeed powerful. This cultivation speed is too shocking. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't be long before my cultivation reaches the advanced stage of the true energy realm. As Mo Qin Yun sighed inwardly, he arrived at the periphery of Cloud Core Valley. Cloud Core Valley was a place similar to the ruins of an alchemy family. There were many dilapidated mansions and some collapsed palaces inside. Apart from that, the small courtyards of the mansions were filled with various herbs. Of course, most of the herbs in the courtyards were ordinary herbs. There were no precious herbs. After briefly scanning the periphery of Cloud Core Valley, Mo Qin Yun no longer hesitated. He got up and walked into Cloud Core Valley. However, just as Mo Qin Yun was about to move, 3 middle-aged men walked towards him with a faint smile. The leader asked, "Young man, are you planning to enter Cloud Core Valley?" "That's right." Mo Qin Yun nodded after hearing this. He asked with a puzzled expression, "What do you want?" After hearing Mo Qin Yun's reply, the leader said, "Young man, Cloud Core Valley is filled with danger. It's not safe for you to go in alone. Why don't you come with us?" "Go with you?" Mo Qin Yun frowned slightly when he heard the man's words. He was a little surprised by the man's words and looked a little hesitant. If the other party took the initiative to take care of him, it would be like giving him away. However, after a short moment of hesitation, Mo Qin Yun made up his mind. In his opinion, teaming up with the 3 of them to enter Cloud Core Valley seemed like a good choice. At least he would have a few people to lead the way. Of course, Mo Qin Yun thought that way because the 3 of them were not very powerful. Among the 3 of them, the cultivation base of the strongest person was only at the 3rd level Yuan Dan realm. That level of strength was not a threat to him. Therefore, he was not afraid that the 3 of them would play any tricks. After hesitating for a while, Mo Qin Yun looked at the 3 of them coldly and said indifferently, "It's not a big deal to go in with you. However, when we enter Cloud Core Valley later, how are we going to split the loot that we obtain?" Although Mo Qin Yun had decided to team up with the 3 of them to enter Cloud Core Valley, he felt that it was better to be a gentleman first. "So that's what you're worried about, young man?" The man was not angry when he heard Mo Qin Yun's words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "The loot that we obtain after entering Cloud Core Valley is based on our luck. Naturally, whoever obtains it will get to keep it." Mo Qin Yun nodded when he heard the man's reply. He thought that the man must have said that because he felt that it was not worth it to split the loot equally among the 3 of them. Mo Qin Yun did not say anything else when he saw that the loot had been split. He smiled faintly at the 3 of them and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble the 3 of you." Chapter 286. Little brother, how should I address you? After entering Cloud Core Valley, the leader of the 3 asked Mo Qin Yun with a faint smile. Mo Qin Yun. Mo Qin Yun replied calmly with an indifferent expression. He then asked the leader, "Who are the 3 of you?" "My name is Xia Yuan." The leader of the 3 introduced himself and pointed to the 2 people beside him. "This is my 2nd brother, Xia Tao, and that is my 3rd brother, Xia Chong." After learning their names, Mo Qin Yun nodded to them and began to converse with them. As Mo Qin Yun and the rest conversed, they passed through the outer perimeter of Cloud Core Valley and arrived at the center of Cloud Core Valley. As soon as they entered the center, the danger level increased significantly. At that moment, as Mo Qin Yun and the rest were moving forward, a small brown snake about a meter long suddenly jumped out of the grass and pounced toward Mo Qin Yun and the rest. The small brown snake did not look conspicuous, but its strength was not to be underestimated. It had reached the 1st stage of Yuan dance state. After realizing this, Mo Qin Yun's expression changed. He was shocked by the scene before him. It seemed that Li Mao and Xia Yuan were right. Cloudcore Valley was extremely dangerous. They had just entered the center, and they had already encountered a Yuan Dan state beast. Little brother, be careful. While Mo Qingyun was still in shock, Xia Yuan reminded him and raised his hand to slash at the small brown snake. Slash! As Xia Yuan's blade fell, the little brown snake was immediately cut into two and fell to the ground, dead as can be. After killing the small brown snake, Xia Yuan looked serious and said to Mo Qingyun, "This is a wither-tail flying snake. It likes to hide in the grass to ambush its enemies. There are many withered-tail flying snakes in the center of Cloudcore Valley. We have to be extremely careful from now on." After hearing Xia Yuan's words, Mo Qingyun nodded and became more vigilant. After killing the withered-tail flying snake, Mo Qingyun and the rest continued moving forward. As expected, not long after, another withered-tail flying snake flew out from a patch of withered grass. As soon as the withered-tail flying snake appeared, Xia Yuan immediately attacked it and killed it. Along the way, Xia Yuan and the other two took the initiative to block all kinds of dangers for Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun couldn't help but have a good impression of Xia Yuan and the other two when he saw their actions. From the looks of it, these three people were quite enthusiastic, as if they really wanted to take care of him. Just as Mo Qingyun thought, a relatively well-preserved mansion house appeared in front of them. "Little brother, this is our destination. Let's go in." Arriving at the front of the house, Xia Yuan revealed a brilliant smile and gestured for Mo Qingyun to enter the house first. "Okay." Mo Qingyun frowned slightly when he saw Xia Yuan's actions. He nodded and walked into the house. As soon as he entered the house, Mo Qingyun saw 2,000-year-old willows with silver sprouts growing on both sides of the road, their thin and long branches dangling from the ground. Above the branches, there were many silver willow buds, which looked extremely dazzling. Silver sprout willows. Furthermore, they're older silver sprout willows. As soon as he saw the two silver willows, Mo Qingyun's face lit up with joy, and he became a little excited. He did not expect to see 2,000-year-old silver sprout willows in this mansion. Furthermore, silver willow buds were growing on the branches of these two silver sprout willows. It was the best time to pluck them. Why are there so many skeletons here? Just as Mo Qingyun was sizing up the two silver sprout willows, the skeletons below the silver sprout willows attracted his attention. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, before Mo Qingyun could think further, the two silver sprout willows suddenly moved and whipped their branches towards him. They had become spirits. Seeing the abnormal behavior of the two silver sprout willows, Mo Qingyun's pupils immediately shrank as he thought of a possibility. When a plant became a spirit, it would develop intelligence and be able to cultivate like a human. It would attack all threats and intruders. As soon as the two silver sprout willows attacked, Mo Qingyun sensed the aura of a fourth-level Yuan Dan stage martial artist from them. These two silver sprout willows actually possessed the aura of a fourth-level Yuan Dan stage martial artist. This was too shocking. Raptor burst. After a short moment of surprise, Mo Qingyun immediately moved and dodged to the side at an extremely fast speed, avoiding the attack of the silver sprout willows. As Mo Qingyun dodged, he released the second level of wind profundity without holding back. With the support of the wind profundity, his speed was immediately raised to the extreme. Only a few afterimages of him could be seen. The two silver sprout willows were inanimate objects. It was extremely difficult for them to hit Mo Qingyun, who was extremely fast. As such, although Mo Qingyun was forced to dodge left and right under the attack of the silver sprout willow's branches, his life was not in danger. This kid has actually comprehended the second level of wind profundity. Outside the house, Xia Yuan and the other two were shocked when they felt the wind profundity on Mo Qingyun's body. It was too shocking for a fifth-level true energy stage martial artist to comprehend profundity. I didn't expect this kid to have such ability. We have underestimated him. After this discovery, Xia Yuan and the other two's faces darkened, and they quickly rushed into the house. Let's quickly enter the house while this kid is holding back the two old willows. As they were not attacked by the silver sprout willows, Xia Yuan and the other two quickly entered the house. After entering the house, Xia Yuan smiled coldly and pretended to warn Mo Qingyun, "Little brother, these two old willows are extremely powerful. Don't get entangled with them. It will be troublesome if you are entangled." After Xia Yuan finished speaking, the three of them did not care about Mo Qingyun's life and directly advanced into the house. Seeing the actions of Xia Yuan and the other two, Mo Qingyun immediately frowned and a cold look appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he immediately guessed a possibility in his heart. Xia Yuan and the other two seemed to have brought him here to hold back the silver sprout willows so that they could take the opportunity to enter the house. After understanding the plan of Xia Yuan and the other two, Mo Qingyun's gaze immediately became colder. 10,000 with spiraling force, following which, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and raised his hands to attack the two silver sprout willows. Under Mo Qingyun's attack, waves of terrifying yuan power were blasted out and transformed into vines that rapidly entangled the branches of the silver sprout willows. Under the entanglement of the vines, the silver sprout willow's movements immediately slowed down. Like an old man, every movement became incomparably slow. In addition, perhaps because Mo Qingyun's imitation of the vines was too realistic, the silver sprout willows actually did not attack the vines and allowed them to entangle it. Just like this, the silver sprout willows were soon unable to move under the entanglement of the vines and became like an ordinary willow tree. Seeing that the silver sprout willows were unable to move, Mo Qingyun revealed a faint smile and quickly walked towards the silver sprout willows to pluck the silver willow buds on the branches. The willow buds of the silver sprout willows were the main ingredient in refining the 8th grade elixir, the heart-cleansing willow elixir. After consuming the heart-cleansing willow elixir, it could temper a warrior's state of mind and increase his understanding of the wood ultimacy. It was an extremely precious elixir. After a quarter of an hour, under Mo Qingyun's continuous plucking, all the willow buds on the two silver sprout willows had been plucked clean by him. After plucking the willow buds, Mo Qingyun walked towards the inner part of the house. After a while, Mo Qingyun saw the three Xiao brothers. At this moment, the three Xiao brothers were trapped in a flower bed and were being attacked by the flowers and plants in the flower bed. These flowers and plants were not weak and had all reached the Yuan dance stage. In addition, there were many of them. For a moment, the three Xiao brothers were forced into a passive situation and were unable to extricate themselves. "Little brother, please save us." Seeing Mo Qingyun's arrival, the three Xiao brothers were immediately overjoyed and begged Mo Qingyun for help. In their opinion, since Mo Qingyun could deal with the two silver sprout willows, he should be able to deal with these flowers and plants. While the three Xiao brothers were begging for help, Mo Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the soil in the flower bed with surprise and said, "Innate spiritual soil. I didn't expect the soil in the flower bed to have gained intelligence and evolved into innate spiritual soil." After this discovery, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and released his soul power to attack the innate spiritual soil. Wah! After being hit by Mo Qingyun's soul attack, the innate spiritual soil immediately cried like a child who had been spanked. Looks like it has just gained intelligence. In this case, it will be easier to deal with it. After this discovery, Mo Qingyun was overjoyed and said to the innate spiritual soil, "If you listen to me, I'll let you go." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the innate spiritual soil coyly asked Mo Qingyun, "If I listen to you, you won't hit me, right?" "Of course." Hearing this, Mo Qingyun nodded and responded to the innate spiritual soil, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the innate spiritual soil immediately responded like a well-behaved child who had been taught a lesson. In this case, don't resist later. I'll take you to a place. After reaching an agreement with the innate spiritual soil, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and said to the innate spiritual soil. Okay, the innate spiritual soil replied. Then, without hesitation, Mo Qingyun controlled Heixian Palace and took the innate spiritual soil into Heixian Palace. When the innate spiritual soil was taken into Heixian Palace, the flowers and plants growing on the innate spiritual soil were also taken into Heixian Palace. Soon after, the three Xiao brothers were also saved. However, there was not a trace of joy on their faces at all. On the contrary, they looked at Mo Qingyun with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Little brother, thank you for your help. After pondering for a while, Xia Yuan squeezed out a smile and thanked Mo Qingyun. Then, he said, Little brother, you're really an expert. I didn't expect you to take care of the 2,000-year-old willows and the flowers and plants in the parterre so easily. I just happen to know how to deal with them. Mo Qingyun smiled faintly in response to Xia Yuan's words as he casually brushed him off. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Yuan and the other two laughed awkwardly. They looked at Mo Qingyun meaningfully and said, Little brother, there are many dangers in this house. In my opinion, it's better for us to move together. It'll be safer this way. After hearing Xia Yuan's words, Mo Qingyun looked at him with disdain. He immediately understood their intentions. Xia Yuan said this because he wanted to follow him and take advantage of the situation. However, even though Mo Qingyun knew what the three of them were up to, he did not expose them immediately. Instead, he smiled playfully and said, Since that's the case, let's work together. Hearing Mo Qingyun's agreement, the four of them moved together. Xia Yuan and the other two sneered even more coldly. Looking at them, it was as if some evil plan had succeeded. Chapter 287. Looking at the three Xiao brothers who were behaving like dogs behind him, Mo Qingyun's disdain for them immediately increased. Next, Mo Qingyun and the other three walked into the inner part of the house. Soon, a small rockery appeared in front of them. The rockery was placed in the middle of a small pond. Some lotus flowers grew in the small pond. These lotus flowers were slightly smaller than normal lotus flowers. At this moment, these lotus flowers were blooming with flowers of various colors. Among them were red, green, yellow, purple, 7-star hibiscus. Seeing the lotus flowers in the small pond, Mo Qingyun's face immediately lit up with joy and he prepared to pluck them. However, at this moment, just as Mo Qingyun was about to take action, Xia Tao immediately smiled evilly and rushed to the front of the pond, blocking in front of Mo Qingyun. Little brother, I saw these lotus flowers first. You can go take a look elsewhere. After blocking Mo Qingyun behind him, Xia Tao smiled coldly and waved his hand at Mo Qingyun, indicating that Mo Qingyun shouldn't touch the 7-star hibiscus. Seeing Xia Tao's actions, Mo Qingyun's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at him coldly. Xia Tao's current actions clearly indicated that he wanted to snatch the 7-star hibiscus. Looking coldly at Xia Tao, Mo Qingyun didn't say anything else and turned to walk away. The reason why Mo Qingyun had given the lotus flowers to Xia Tao was because the most precious thing about the 7-star hibiscus wasn't the blooming lotus flowers. From Xia Tao's actions just now, Mo Qingyun could be sure that Xia Tao didn't understand the 7-star hibiscus. He didn't know what was the most precious thing about the 7-star hibiscus. Then, walking away from the small pond, Mo Qingyun walked toward the small ditch. When he saw Mo Qingyun walk towards the small ditch, Xia Yuan's expression changed. With an evil grin, he walked towards Mo Qingyun and sneered, Little brother, this house is not safe. Let me accompany you. If anything happens, we can take care of each other. Hearing Xia Yuan's words, Mo Qingyun looked at him with disdain. He knew what Xia Yuan was thinking. Xia Yuan's current actions were because he was thinking that if he encountered anything good later, he could snatch it again. It was just like how Xia Tao had snatched the 7-star hibiscus. If that's the case, thank you, brother Xia Yuan. Understanding Xia Yuan's intentions, Mo Qingyun revealed a playful smile and walked closer to the small ditch. Before approaching the small ditch, Mo Qingyun scanned the inside of it. Then, a purplish-black blade of grass attracted his attention. Immediately, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and extended it towards the purple grass, preparing to pull it up. "Little brother, please wait a moment." When he saw Mo Qingyun's actions, Xia Yuan's expression immediately changed. He quickly rushed in front of Mo Qingyun and did the same thing as Xia Tao. Shielding Mo Qingyun behind him, Xia Yuan pretended to be nervous and sternly said to Mo Qingyun, "Just now, I seem to see some strange creature swimming in this small ditch. Don't be in a hurry to approach." At first glance, Xia Yuan's actions seemed to be warning Mo Qingyun out of goodwill to prevent Mo Qingyun from encountering any danger. If not for the matter of the silver sprout willow and seven-star hibiscus, Mo Qingyun might have really been deceived and thought that Xia Yuan was worried about his safety. However, after seeing through the characters of the three, Xia Yuan's current actions only made Mo Qingyun feel even more disdain and contempt for him. After pretending to size up the small ditch, Xia Yuan revealed a mocking smile and pretended to be embarrassed as he laughed. "So I was wrong. There is nothing strange swimming in this small ditch." After speaking awkwardly, Xia Yuan raised his hand and extended it towards the purple grass, preparing to pull it up and take it away. Seeing Xia Yuan's actions, the cold smile on Mo Qingyun's face immediately became even more pronounced. He did not stop Xia Yuan's actions. Seeing that Mo Qingyun did not stop him, Xia Yuan immediately revealed a complacent cold smile. His gaze towards Mo Qingyun was filled with mockery. However, if he were to carefully observe Mo Qingyun, he would discover that Mo Qingyun's eyes were filled with amusement and mockery as he looked at him. "On my hand." After Xia Yuan's hand grasped the purple grass, his expression immediately changed, and he let out a miserable shriek like a pig being slaughtered. At this moment, the purple grass had already turned into a leech. It was sucking on Xia Yuan's hand and crazily devouring his blood. As the purple grass devoured Xia Yuan's blood, Xia Yuan's arm rapidly turned purple, as if it had been poisoned. Not only that, but after the purple grass devoured Xia Yuan's blood, its body also rapidly grew in size. In a short while, it grew from a small grass the length of a chopstick to the length of 2 chopsticks. As the size of the grass increased, the speed at which it devoured blood also increased. After seeing this scene, Xia Yuan's expression immediately changed, revealing an extremely frightened expression. After a brief moment of panic, Xia Yuan did not dare to hesitate. He immediately took out a long sword and chopped off his right arm. After chopping off his right arm, Xia Yuan let out another miserable shriek. His face became even paler. At this moment, Xia Tao and Xia Chong arrived. After seeing this, they immediately took out blood-staunching powder and applied it on Xia Yuan to stop the bleeding. While Xia Tao and Xia Chong were helping Xia Yuan to stop the bleeding, the blood in Xia Yuan's severed arm was instantly devoured by the purple grass, causing it to shrivel up. At the same time, the size of the purple grass increased by quite a bit. It was about the size of a broom, and its body emitted a terrifying aura. At this moment, the aura of the purple grass was actually comparable to Yuan Dance Stage 3rd layer. This grass, what kind of monster is it? After discovering this, Xia Tao and the other two immediately paled and looked at the purple grass with frightened expressions. After looking at the purple grass with frightened expressions, Xia Yuan's expression darkened. He looked at Mo Qingyun and said coldly, "Little brother, you already knew that there was something wrong with the purple grass. You purposely made me pull it out, right? Brat, you better give us a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." After hearing Xia Yuan's words, Xia Tao and Xia Chong's faces also darkened. They glared fiercely at Mo Qingyun. "Big brother Xia Yuan, you're slandering me. Just now, I was about to pull out the purple grass just like you." Mo Qingyun did not take Xia Yuan and the other two's ferocious expressions to heart. He smiled faintly and said, "Fortunately, big brother Xia Yuan stopped me at the crucial moment. Otherwise, the person with a severed arm would be me. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Big Brother Xia Yuan this time. It was really dangerous just now. You. Seeing Mo Qingyun's gloating expression, Xia Yuan and the other two immediately gnashed their teeth in anger. However, they couldn't really blame Mo Qingyun. After all, they were the ones in the wrong. It was their fault for being greedy and wanting to snatch Mo Qingyun's things. If they had been greedy, they would not have ended up like this. Seeing that Xia Yuan and the other two were speechless, Mo Qingyun ignored them and raised his hand to tap the roots of the purple grass. Then, as if someone had hit the sleeping acupoint of the purple grass, it immediately fell limp to the ground. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun lifted his hand to pick up the purple grass and directly threw it into the Haitian palace. I did not expect that there would be a stalk of bloodthirsty violet night grass here. After keeping the purple grass in the Haitian palace, Missouri Qingyun's face revealed a satisfied smile. He turned around and walked towards a small pond in the fake mountain. Seeing Mo Qingyun walk towards a small pond, Xia Tao's face darkened. He coldly said to Mo Qingyun, "Kid, that purple grass was obtained by my big brother first. Furthermore, my big brother lost an arm because of it. You directly took it away. Don't you think it is a little unreasonable? You want the purple grass?" Mo Qingyun had already expected Xia Tao and the other two to say this. After hearing their words, he looked at them mockingly and retorted, "It's not what we want. It should belong to us." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Tao's face was cold and arrogant as he replied to Mo Qingyun. After hearing Xia Tao's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a mocking smile. He took out the bloodthirsty violet night grass and threw it in front of Xia Tao and the other two. However, at this moment, the bloodthirsty violet night grass was once again in an awakened state. Its body emitted a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, Xia Tao and the other two's expressions changed. Their faces twitched continuously. They did not dare to take the bloodthirsty violet night grass in this state. Then, Xia Tao and the other two stared at the bloodthirsty violet night grass, not daring to pick it up. They had no choice. They were very afraid. If they picked up the bloodthirsty violet night grass, what would they do if it stuck to them and devoured their blood again? Just now, they had seen with their own eyes how terrifying the bloodthirsty violet night grass was when it devoured their blood. If they were stuck to it again, they would lose an arm again. This was not an outcome they wanted to see. Seeing that Xia Tao and the other two did not make a move, Mo Qingyun revealed a playful smile and mocked, "Don't you want the purple grass? I've already taken it out. Why don't you keep it?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Tao and the other two were speechless. They did not know how to reply to Mo Qingyun. Yes, they had just rudely told Mo Qingyun that the purple grass belonged to them. Now that Mo Qingyun had taken it out, they did not keep the purple grass. This was a little unreasonable. However, they really did not dare to do so. Of course, they knew that Mo Qingyun had a way to take the purple grass. However, Mo Qingyun did not seem to have the obligation to help them. As a result, the Xia Yuan brothers were stuck between a rock and a hard place. "Since you don't want it, I will take it." Seeing that Xia Yuan and the other two were speechless, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and kept the purple grass in the Haitian palace again. After keeping the bloodthirsty violet night grass in the Haitian palace, Missouri Qingyun ignored Xia Yuan and the other two and walked towards a small pond on the fake mountain. Since Mo Qingyun had already taken out the purple grass and they did not want it, now that Mo Qingyun had taken the purple grass away again, they could not say anything. Otherwise, it would seem that they were pestering and bullying others endlessly. Immediately, Xia Yuan and the other two's faces darkened. They looked at Mo Qingyun with resentment and secretly gnashed their teeth. Mo Qingyun saw the reactions of Xia Yuan and the other two. Chapter 288. With a faint smile, Mo Qingyun came to the pool again. Standing in front of the pool, Mo Qingyun glanced at the bottom of the pool. Then, he lifted his hand to push aside the 7-star hibiscus leaves in the pool and reached into the water to feel for a while. Then colorful lotus seeds appeared in Mo Qingyun's hand, emitting rich spiritual energy. There really are 7-star lotus seeds at the bottom of the pool. Looking at the 7-color lotus seeds in his hand, Emo Qingyun revealed a surprised smile and kept them in his chinquin bag. Then, Emo Qingyun reached into the bottom of the pool again to collect the lotus seeds that fell to the bottom of the pool. That kid is touching the lotus seeds. Those lotus seeds seem to be very precious spiritual herbs. Seeing Emo Qingyun's action, Xia Yuan and the other two immediately showed a greedy expression and rushed toward the pool. Looking at their appearance, it seemed that they were planning to snatch the 7-star lotus seeds from Emo Qingyun. However, when they approached the small pool, Emo Qingyun stopped what he was doing and looked at Xia Yuan and the others mockingly. The 7-star hibiscus seeds at the bottom of the pool had all been collected by Emo Qingyun. Looking at Xia Yuan and the other two in disdain, Emo Qingyun did not say anything and turned to walk to other places in the house. Seeing Emo Qingyun's action, Xia Yuan and the other two's faces immediately turned ugly. At the same time, a lot of doubts and puzzlement appeared in their hearts. Why is Emo Qingyun so familiar with spiritual herbs? After a short moment of silence, Xia Tao showed a puzzled expression and guessed, "Big brother, this kid is so familiar with all kinds of spiritual herbs. Could he be an alchemist? We can't rule out this possibility." Hearing Xia Tao's guess, Xia Yuan's expression changed, and he said coldly, "But this is good too. With this kid, we can also get more spiritual herbs." "Big brother, you mean?" Hearing Xia Yuan's words, Xia Chang's expression froze. He didn't understand what Xia Yuan meant. Seeing Xia Yuan's puzzled expression, Xia Tao revealed a cold smile and explained, "Big brother, are you planning to let this kid collect all the spiritual herbs first, and then we'll make a move to force him to hand over the spiritual herbs?" Seeing that Xia Tao understood his plan, Xia Yuan immediately laughed sinisterly and said coldly, "This kid's cultivation is only at the 6th level of the true energy realm. When the time comes, do you think he will dare to disobey us when we ask him to hand over the spiritual herbs?" Haha, Big brother is wise. After hearing Xia Yuan and Xia Tao's words, Xia Chang immediately understood Xia Yuan's intentions. He smirked and said, "If I'm not wrong, this brat might be thinking that all the elixirs he obtained will belong to him." Ha! Hearing Xia Chang's words, Xia Yuan and Xia Tao laughed complacently. Looking at Xia Yuan and the other two's expressions, it was as if they had already obtained Emo Qingyun's spiritual herbs. Thinking of this, Xia Yuan and the other two stopped following Emo Qingyun. Instead, they squatted at the side and silently watched Emo Qingyun collect the spiritual herbs. Seeing Xia Yuan and the other two's abnormal behavior, Emo Qingyun's expression changed slightly. He was a little surprised by their behavior. However, after a short moment of confusion, Emo Qingyun ignored them and continued to collect the spiritual herbs in the courtyard. From Emo Qingyun's point of view, Xia Yuan and the other two's abnormal behavior might be because of the bloodthirsty violet nightgrass. They were worried that when they snatched the spiritual herbs later, they would be tricked again. At this moment, Xia Yuan and the other two's behavior was somewhat like being bitten once by a snake, 10 years by a rope in a well. Of course, Emo Qingyun's thinking was very simple. It was fine if Xia Yuan and the other two did not provoke him. However, if they really did, he did not mind teaching them a lesson. Without the interference of Xia Yuan and the other two, Emo Qingyun's following actions were much smoother. Very quickly, all the spiritual herbs in the courtyard were collected by him. However, there were not many valuable spiritual herbs. Most of them were materials for refining grade 4 and grade 5 elixirs. Although these materials were not worth much, Emo Qingyun did not leave them. After all, it would be good to bring them back for Wang Zishu to practice on. Seeing that all the spiritual herbs in the courtyard had been collected, Emo Qingyun did not plan to stay any longer. He directly walked out of the courtyard, ignoring Xia Yuan and the other two. "Little brother, please wait a moment." However, just as Emo Qingyun was about to leave, Xia Yuan called out to him and smiled faintly. "All the spiritual herbs in this courtyard have been collected by you alone. Don't you think your appetite is a little too big?" "My appetite is too big?" The corners of Mo Qingyun's eyes narrowed when he heard Xia Yuan's words. He glanced at him playfully and said, "When we entered Cloud Core Valley, we agreed that what we obtained in Cloud Core Valley would depend on our luck. Whoever obtains the treasures will get to keep them. Don't you think it's a little ridiculous?" Xia Yuan seemed to have expected Mo Qingyun to say this. He was not angry when he heard it. He smiled faintly and said, "That's true. However, we worked so hard to bring you here. In the end, you got all the benefits. That doesn't seem right, does it?" When he heard Xia Yuan's words, the smile on Mo Qingyun's face immediately widened. He smiled faintly and said, "That's true. In that case, I'll give you some spiritual herbs as a token of my gratitude for bringing me here." After Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he took out some ordinary spiritual herbs and handed them to Xia Yuan and the other two. At that moment, Mo Qingyun's actions were as if he was dismissing a beggar. Xia Yuan's face immediately darkened when he saw that Mo Qingyun had given some ordinary spiritual herbs to the three of them. He said, "Little brother, it's not good to be too greedy. Aren't you afraid that you'll choke to death if you take too much? Do you think it's too little?" When he heard Xia Yuan's words, Mo Qingyun smiled mockingly. He looked at Xia Yuan and the other two and sneered, "Since you know that it's not good to be too greedy, you should know when to stop." "Know when to stop?" When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Yuan sneered and looked coldly at Mo Qingyun. He said, "Little brother, it seems like you still don't understand the situation. The current situation is not something that you, a true energy realm level 6 cultivator, can call the shots. What? Since you can't use soft tactics, you plan to snatch it from me?" When he heard Xia Yuan's words, Mo Qingyun's face darkened as he replied to Xia Yuan's mockery. After mocking Xia Yuan and the other two, Mo Qingyun looked at them with disdain and said disdainfully, "As a person, you should know your limits. Right now, you're just like beggars reaching out to me to beg. You shouldn't be beggars, yet you still think the food is sour." After he mocked Xia Yuan and the other two, Mo Qingyun ignored them and walked out of the house. "Brat, you're courting death." When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Chang's face immediately darkened and he attacked Mo Qingyun. "Xia Chang, don't attack." When he saw that Xia Chang was about to attack, Xia Yuan raised his hand to stop him. He looked at Mo Qingyun and said coldly, "Little brother, since you know that you should know your limits, you should know very well that once we attack, not only will you not get any spiritual herbs, but you will also lose your life. You should think about it carefully." At this moment, Xia Yuan's words already contained a hint of threat. After he threatened Mo Qingyun, Xia Yuan sneered and said, "Therefore, I think that you should think about it carefully. Don't lose your life because of a moment of anger. It's not worth it." "Oh, is that so?" When he heard Xia Yuan's words, Mo Qingyun smiled playfully. He looked at Xia Yuan and smiled faintly. "Then what do you think I should do?" When Mo Qingyun said this, his eyes were filled with mockery. In his heart, he was extremely disdainful of Xia Yuan and the other two. However, at this moment, Xia Yuan and the other two's thoughts were the exact opposite of Mo Qingyun's. When they heard Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Yuan and the other two thought that Mo Qingyun was admitting defeat. Soon after, Xia Yuan revealed a complacent smile. He looked at Mo Qingyun with a smug expression and said, "Little brother, since the four of us have come here together, you should take out what you have just obtained. We will divide it equally. I believe that this distribution will be fairer." Divide it equally? When he heard Xia Yuan's words, Mo Qingyun immediately revealed a mocking expression. He looked at Xia Yuan and the other two and sneered, "Don't you think that this request is too much?" "Too much." When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Tao sneered and said coldly, "Kid, I advise you to agree. In front of us, you have no right to negotiate." "That's right. My big brother is willing to give you a share. You should be grateful." When Xia Tao finished speaking, Xia Chang revealed a rude and unreasonable expression. He looked at Mo Qingyun and said coldly, "Kid, I don't mind telling you this. If it were me, I would directly snatch your Chinquin bag and not leave anything for you." At this moment, Xia Chong seemed to be certain that he had Mo Qingyun in his grasp. He felt that Mo Qingyun was already a fish on the chopping board that was at their mercy. Since that's the case, there's no need to speak any more nonsense. If you want to fight, just bring it on. When he saw that Xia Yuan and the other two were about to shed all pretense of cordiality, Mo Qingyun did not want to waste time with them. He said coldly, "I'd like to see how you guys are going to snatch my chinquin bag." "Oomph. You talk big." When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Chong snorted coldly. His expression darkened as he said, "Kid, since you refuse a toast, you can't blame us for this." When Xia Chong finished speaking, he raised his hand and grabbed at Mo Qingyun. It seemed that he intended to capture Mo Qingyun. Raptor Breaker. When he saw Xia Chong's action, Mo Qingyun's body immediately moved, swiftly avoiding Xia Chong's grab. Seeing Mo Qingyun avoid his grab, Xia Chong's expression immediately became somewhat unsightly. He said in a cold voice, "You have some ability. However, just this bit of ability isn't enough." Golden Snake Dragon Break. When Xia Chong finished speaking, he took out his long saber and slashed down forcefully at Mo Qingyun. After Xia Chong's saber landed, Essence energy instantly roiled on his long saber. It instantly condensed into the image of a dragon and snake, attacking towards Mo Qingyun with extreme speed. Facing Xia Chong's attack, Mo Qingyun did not dare to hesitate in the slightest and immediately raised his hand to counterattack. Mo Qingyun raised his hand and moved, waving it at extreme speed in midair. Chapter 289. Drawing an Array in the Void. The expressions of Xia Yuan and the others changed when they saw Mo Qingyun's actions. Shock filled their faces as they exclaimed, How is this possible? How can this kid's attainments and formations be so great?" Xia Yuan and the other two did not expect that Mo Qingyun's understanding of arrays had reached such a level. At this moment, Xia Yuan and the other two suddenly realized that they seemed to have kicked an iron plate this time. Explode. While Xia Yuan and the other two were still in shock, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate to detonate the array. A shocking wave of origin energy exploded from within. The origin energy was so terrifying that it was comparable to the full force attack of a Yuan Dan Stage 3 powerhouse. Upon seeing the power of Mo Qingyun's array, Xia Yuan and Xia Tao could no longer sit still. "Third brother, be careful." After reminding Xia Chong, Xia Yuan and Xia Tao immediately took action and resisted the impact of the array's origin energy with Xia Chong. Wild Dance of the Golden Snake rocked spreading wings. As soon as Xia Yuan and Xia Tao attacked, they went all out and displayed their best martial skills. As the two of them attacked, two terrifying waves of origin energy immediately poured out from his palms. As the two waves of origin energy blasted out, they transformed into the shadow of a golden snake and a rock and collided with the origin energy of the array. Bang! After the four waves of origin energy collided, a loud sound was immediately heard, causing the ground to tremble and the mountains to shake. At the same time, a terrifying origin energy storm formed due to the collision of the four waves of origin energy and swept out in all directions. Under the origin energy storm, Xia Yuan and the other two were immediately forced to retreat as shock filled their faces. It was shocking that a kid at the 6th level of the true energy realm could possess such terrifying combat strength. At this moment, while Xia Yuan and the other two were still in shock, Mo Qingyun completed another array and attacked the three of them rapidly. The aura of this array was much stronger and sharper than the previous one. It's comparable to the aura of a Yuan Dan Stage 4 powerhouse. Sensing the aura emitted by the formation, Xia Yuan and the other two's faces twitched as panic appeared on their faces. Now, the three of them couldn't help but feel some regret. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have provoked Mo Qingyun. This time, they seemed to have provoked the wrong person. At this moment, while Xia Yuan and the other two were panicking and regretting, the formation had already closed in on them. Explode. Seeing that the spirit array had arrived before Xia Yuan and the others, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately detonated the spirit array. Soon after, an even more terrifying Yuan power storm instantly erupted from the detonated formation. As soon as the violent origin energy from the array formation erupted, it swept towards Xia Yuan's group of three at an extremely fast speed. In just a short while, Xia Yuan's group of three was swallowed by the array formation. Seeing the three of them being engulfed by the array, Xia Yuan and the other two hurriedly tried to resist. However, their resistance was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. In just one exchange, the three of them were blown away by the violent origin energy storm of the formation. Bang, bang, bang. Having lost the ability to resist, Xia Yuan and the other two were immediately blasted away by the origin energy storm of the formation. Uffed. When the three of them landed on the ground, they spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their faces turned pale. They looked at Mo Qingyun with an intense fear in their eyes. Mo Qingyun's strength was actually so strong. In front of Mo Qingyun, they didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. After being stunned for a short while, Xia Yuan's face was filled with panic. He looked at Mo Qingyun and said in shock, "You hid your cultivation?" Mo Qingyun didn't reply to Xia Yuan's words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Now, do you still want me to split the spoils equally?" No need." Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Yuan and the other two hurriedly shook their heads and waved their hands, replying with reverence. Mo Qingyun mockingly glanced at Xia Yuan and the other two when he saw their actions. He said coldly, "I don't care if you want to split it evenly or not. Since you've chosen to attack me, you'll have to accept my punishment." After Mo Qingyun finished speaking, his face turned cold and a chilling aura emitted from his body. Little brother, please have mercy. Little brother, we know we were wrong. Please spare our worthless lives. We were blind. We were greedy. Please spare our lives on account of the fact that we brought you here." Feeling the chilling aura from Mo Qingyun's body, Xia Yuan and the other two's faces immediately twitched. Their faces were filled with panic as they hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Hearing Xia Yuan and the other two begging for mercy, Mo Qingyun retracted some of his killing intent. His expression was still indifferent as he said, "Since you brought me here, I'll spare your lives. However, I can spare your lives, but I can't forgive you for your crimes. Each of you must leave an arm behind and scram." Leave an arm behind. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Yuan and the other two's faces immediately twitched. Their faces turned pale as they revealed unwilling expressions. Little brother, looking at his broken arm, Xia Yuan immediately revealed a bitter expression. He once again looked at Mo Qingyun pleadingly. Seeing Xia Yuan's bitter expression, Mo Qingyun quickly understood his thoughts. He said coldly, "If you don't want to lose another arm, you will have to pay for another leg." This, after hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Yuan once again hesitated. He could not bear to do it. Not only Xia Yuan, but Xia Tao and Xia Chong also felt the same. Severing one's own arm to become a cripple was truly a difficult thing to do. "Why aren't you doing it? Do you want me to do it myself?" Seeing Xia Yuan and the other two's hesitation, Mo Qingyun's expression darkened. He said coldly, "If I do it, it won't be as simple as breaking your arms and legs. We will be crippled. We will be crippled." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Yuan and the other two's faces immediately twitched. They quickly shook their heads in response. Following that, Xia Yuan and the other two took out their long swords and cut off their own arms or legs viciously. Seeing Xia Yuan and the other two's actions, Mo Qingyun smiled with satisfaction. He sneered coldly and said, "Last but not least, don't be too greedy." After Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to the three Xia brothers and walked out of the house. "Big brother, what should we do now?" After a while, seeing Mo Qingyun leave the house, Xia Tao and Xia Chong were confused and asked Xia Yuan, who was next to them, "Let's recuperate here first. Hearing that, Xia Yuan smiled bitterly and said to Xia Tao and Xia Chong, "When our injuries are better, we will leave this place and return to the outskirts of Cloudcore Valley. We have lost this time." "Yes, big brother." Hearing Xia Yuan's words, Xia Tao immediately nodded and sat down to recuperate from his injuries. While Xia Tao and Xia Chong were recuperating, Xia Chong looked indignant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, that brat caused us so much trouble. Are we just going to let it go?" "No, what else can we do?" Xia Yuan smiled helplessly when he heard Xia Chong's words. The bitter smile on his face deepened as he powerlessly said, "That kid's attainments and formations are extremely high. He's extremely powerful and extremely strange. He's not someone we can deal with at all. It's already a great fortune for us to be able to survive this time. As for revenge, forget about it." "Oomph. I will definitely take revenge." Hearing Xia Yuan's words, Xia Chong snorted coldly and looked indignant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, I, Xia Chong, will remember this. I will not let it go so easily." After saying that, Xia Chong also sat down to recuperate from his broken arm. After a few hours, the injuries of the three Xia brothers had basically stabilized. Immediately after, Xia Yuan stood up with difficulty and limped a few steps. He said, "Let's leave this place." Hearing Xia Yuan's words, Xia Tao and Xia Chong nodded unwillingly and followed Xia Yuan out of the house. "Big brother Huanzhu, there is a well-preserved house here. I think there should be many good things inside." At this moment, just as Xia Yuan and the other two were about to leave, an excited voice came from outside the house. Not long after, a group of people rushed in from outside the house. As soon as these people entered the house, they were attacked by 2 silver sprout willows and started fighting with them. These people were not weak. They were basically at the 3rd or 4th level of the Yuan dance stage. Among them, the strongest person was at the peak of the 5th level of the Yuan dance stage. Under the joint efforts of these people, the 2 silver willows were quickly killed and chopped into a pile of wood under the joint efforts of these people. After taking care of the 2 silver sprout willows, the group of people entered in a single file and rushed into the interior of the house. Immediately after, the 3 Xia brothers appeared in front of the group of people. Seeing Xia Yuan's group of 3 in the courtyard, the group of people immediately revealed looks of shock. They were somewhat shocked by Xia Yuan's group. "Who are the 3 of you? Why are you here?" After sizing up the 3 Xia brothers, one of the people in the group, who was at the 5th level of the Yuan dance stage, said to Xia Yuan and the other 2, "I'm warning you. You better answer truthfully. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Yes. We will definitely answer truthfully." After hearing that person's words, Xia Yuan immediately showed a respectful expression and replied, "It's like this. The 3 of us and a lad at the 6th level of the true energy stage came to your house together. Then, Xia Yuan and the other 2 recounted what had happened to the group of people. Of course, they had also embellished the story, fabricating that Mo Qingyun had obtained countless treasures. After telling the group of people, Xia Yuan showed a respectful expression and asked, "My lords, we have told you everything we know. Can we leave now? Someone actually beat us to it." Chapter 290. Of course, if I find out that you're lying to us, you should know what will happen to you. Zhuang Huanzhu fell silent for a moment after saying those cold words to Xia Yuan and the other 2. Then, he said another cold sentence. Xia Yuan and the others trembled when they heard Zhuang Huanzhu's words. We're definitely not lying," they stammered in horror. "You'll know when the time comes whether you're lying or not." In response to Xia Yuan's words, Zhuang Huanzhu replied coldly to Xia Yuan and the other 2. He didn't seem to believe them and would have to wait until he saw it with his own eyes. Next, these people swept through the house again. After confirming that there was nothing valuable, they left the house. By the time Zhuang Huanzhu and the others had left, Mo Qingyun was already heading deeper into Cloudcore Valley. "Have you heard? The Cloudcore Valley Master's cave abode has appeared." "Really? I heard that the Cloudcore Valley Master was an elixir king when he was alive. There must be many treasures in his cave abode." "Of course. I heard that there are alchemy ingredients for the celestial spring quenching golden pill in his cave abode. Your information isn't detailed enough. I heard that the ingredient for the celestial spring quenching golden pill is the extremely rare Brahmin sea-scaled blood fruit. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. If we're late and someone else gets to the treasure first, we'll suffer a great loss. Yes. Let's go quickly. As Imo Qingyun moved forward, he overheard the conversation of a few people who were hurrying along beside him. There really is a Brahmin sea-scaled blood fruit. Imo Qingyun's expression immediately changed when he heard the conversation. Excitement was written all over his face. It seemed that Li Mao and the others were telling the truth. There really was a Brahmin sea-scaled blood fruit in Cloudcore Valley. These people are heading to the Cloudcore Valley Master's cave abode. I just have to follow behind them, and I'll be able to get there. With this thought in mind, Imo Qingyun no longer hesitated and hurriedly followed behind the few people in front. Imo Qingyun followed them very stealthily. Those people did not notice that Imo Qingyun was tailing them. Of course, it was useless even if they noticed. After all, they weren't the only ones who could enter the Cloudcore Valley Master's residence. After tailing them for several hours, Imo Qingyun finally arrived outside the Cloudcore Valley Master's cave residence. A crowd had gathered outside the Cloudcore Valley Master's residence, all of them looking at it with gleaming eyes. From the looks of it, it seemed that they were blocked from entering the cave because of the cave mansion's formation. After discovering this, Imo Qingyun released a wisp of soul force to sense the array at the entrance of the cave house. This array is a little complicated. It seems that I'll have to get the 9 temples to do it. Imo Qingyun's expression changed when he made this discovery. He sent a voice transmission to the 9 temples and asked, 9 temples, are you confident that you can break the array at the entrance of the cave house? Replying to young master, this old servant can break this formation. The 9 temples replied respectfully when they heard Imo Qingyun's voice transmission. However, there are so many people outside the cave house. I'm afraid that I won't be able to break the array without alerting them. Imo Qingyun was silent for a moment when he heard the 9 temples' words. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he smiled slyly. If I don't break the array, do you have a way to let me in? At this moment, Imo Qingyun was thinking that he would be able to enter the cave house without breaking the array. At that time, the array at the entrance of the cave house could help him block the people outside the cave house, allowing him to collect treasures alone in the cave house. This old servant understands. The 9 temples immediately understood Imo Qingyun's thoughts when they heard Imo Qingyun's words. They replied, this old servant will sense the array and find the entrance. All right, Imo Qingyun nodded in response. He stood silently in the crowd and waited for the 9 temples' reply. At this moment, while Imo Qingyun was waiting, a group of people rudely pushed through the crowd and walked towards the entrance of the cave house. Those are the people from the Saber Kingdom's Yuechen Manor. The person leading them is Zhuang Huanju. This guy is really domineering. Zhuang Huanju. He's the one who killed a 6th-level Yuan Dan powerhouse a few days ago with a 5th-level Yuan Dan cultivation. Is that true? If that's the case, when his cultivation breaks through to the advanced Yuan Dan realm, he'll be incredible. Sigh. I thought that I could take advantage of the Cloudcore Valley's Valley Master's cave house being unearthed. Looks like I'm in trouble now. That's right. Now that the people from the Yuechen Manor are here, it'll be even more difficult for us to fight for the treasures in the cave house. When they saw the people from the Yuechen Manor arrive, the surrounding people's expressions immediately changed to that of helplessness and fear. As these people whispered among themselves, helplessness appeared on their faces, and they lost some of their confidence in fighting for the treasures. It was obvious that the people from Yuechen Manor were very powerful, and they made everyone extremely wary of them. Of course, this was relative. The people from the Yuechen Manor were still weaker than the Yu family of Pine Tripod City. When they saw the people from the Yuechen Manor arrive, Imo Qingyun also glanced at them. When Imo Qingyun saw them, he was surprised. He did not expect Xia Yuan and the other 2 to be with the people from the Yuechen Manor. While Mo Qingyun was sizing up the people from the Yuechen manor, Xiaochang's face suddenly darkened when he saw Mo Qingyun in the crowd. He said to Zhuang Huanju with a cold expression, "Lord Zhuang, that kid in the crowd is the one who took the treasures in the house." As Xiaochang spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Mo Qingyun in the crowd. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Boy, now that there are so many experts from Yuechen Manor here, I'd like to see how you'll die later." Zhuang Huanju was shocked when he heard Xiaochang's words. He turned to look at Mo Qingyun. When he looked at Mo Qingyun, he did not forget to sense Mo Qingyun's cultivation. LV6 True Energy Realm. Zhuang Huanju was shocked when he discovered Mo Qingyun's cultivation. He was shocked by Mo Qingyun's cultivation. He did not expect that the person who took the treasures from Xia Yuan and the other two would be a LV6 True Energy Realm cultivator. This kind of thing was really strange and abnormal. After sizing up Mo Qingyun, Zhuang Huanju did not hesitate and said coldly to Mo Qingyun, "Kid, I heard that you took all the spiritual herbs in the house from Xia Yuan and the other two." "That's right. All the spiritual herbs in the house are with me." After hearing Zhuang Huanju's words, Mo Qingyun did not deny it and nodded. In Mo Qingyun's opinion, it was impossible for him to deny it now that Xia Yuan and the other two were here. "At least you are honest and did not fabricate any lies." After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Zhuang Huanju smiled coldly and said to Mo Qingyun, "Kid, hand over all the spiritual herbs you have, and I will spare your life." "Spare my life?" After hearing Zhuang Huanju's words, Mo Qingyun glanced at him in disdain and replied, "You are not qualified to say that to me. Kill the 3 Xia brothers for me, and I will spare your lives." At the moment, Mo Qingyun had already made up his mind to kill Xia Yuan and the other two. Previously, he had let the 3 of them go. Not only did they not restrain themselves, they even tried to backstab him. Mo Qingyun could not tolerate such a thing. Hence, the 3 Xiao brothers must die. "Kill the Xiao brothers, and I will spare your lives." After Mo Qingyun spoke, the surrounding people's expressions changed, and they looked at Mo Qingyun in shock. However, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, there was more ridicule and disdain. A LV6 True Energy Realm kid actually dared to threaten the people of Yuechen Manor. He must be tired of living. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? He actually dared to speak to the people of Yuechen Manor in such a manner. Is he tired of living? I think so. Yuechen Manor is related to the Hong family of Saber King Nation. Offending them is equivalent to offending the Hong family. The Hong family is the royal family of Saber King Nation. I did not expect Yuechen Manor to have such a strong backing. This means that this kid is finished. Nonsense. A LV6 True Energy Realm kid offended the people of Yuechen Manor. Of course he is finished. Haha. I really want to see how the people of Yuechen Manor deal with this kid. In an instant, the crowd became lively, and everyone looked at Mo Qingyun gloatingly. As the crowd whispered to each other, the people of Yuechen Manor were stunned at first. Then their faces darkened. Obviously, they were also surprised by Mo Qingyun's behavior. After being stunned for a short while, Zhuang Huanju revealed a cold expression. He looked at Mo Qingyun and said coldly, "Kid, do you know that because of what you said, you missed a chance to live? Is that so?" "I don't think so." When he heard Zhuang Huanju's words, Mo Qingyun still had a look of disdain on his face as he replied. When he saw Mo Qingyun's nonchalant expression, Zhuang Huanju was immediately displeased. He said coldly, "Since you refuse to give up until you see the coffin, I will let you know that offending me was a wrong choice." After saying this coldly, Zhuang Huanju said to a young man beside him, "Zhuang Yuanli, go and deal with that kid. Let him know the consequences of offending Yuechen Manor." "Yes, Brother Huanju." When he heard Zhuang Huanju's order, Zhuang Yuanli revealed a respectful expression. After replying to Zhuang Huanju, he walked toward Mo Qingyun with a cold smile. "Kid, in your next life, open your eyes. There are some people that you should not offend." Chapter 291. Earthstake overturning the sky. As soon as Zhuang Yuanli finished his sentence, he started attacking Imo Qingyun. He fiercely punched the ground, releasing a terrifying amount of elemental energy into the ground. Under the impact of the elemental energy, the ground immediately shook as if there was an earthquake. At the same time, stone stakes appeared one after another under Imo Qingyun's feet, rushing towards Imo Qingyun. The stone pillars that rushed out of the ground were like waves, wave after wave, rising and falling one after another. Raptor break. Seeing the stone stakes rushing towards him, Imo Qingyun did not dare to hesitate. He immediately leaped up and stopped in midair. Now, that Imo Qingyun's wind esoteric had reached the second level. The time they could stay in midair had increased by a lot. At this moment, Imo Qingyun looked as if he was soaring in midair. When the bystanders saw Imo Qingyun's actions, they all revealed looks of envy. Before reaching the Pill Palace realm, he could fly in midair like Imo Qingyun for a short period of time. This was really frightening. A martial skill that allows one to stand in midair. Looks like this kid has some good stuff on him. Seeing Imo Qingyun stop in midair, Zhuang Yuanli's face immediately revealed a greedy expression. He wanted to get his hands on a raptor break that Imo Qingyun was using. Soon after, Zhuang Yuanli did not hesitate and attacked Imo Qingyun again. This time, his attacks were even more ruthless than before. Earth-shattering stakes, Zhuang Yuanli's fists violently punched out, releasing waves of elemental energy that turned into elemental energy wooden stakes. Once these elemental energy wooden stakes were formed, they were like a flash flood as they rushed towards Imo Qingyun. Looking at the posture of the wooden stakes, it was as if they wanted to swallow and bury Imo Qingyun. I can't hold back anymore. I have to go all out. Seeing this scene, Imo Qingyun's face darkened, and he prepared to attack Zhuang Yuanli. Young lord, this old servant has found the location to enter the cave. At this moment, just as Imo Qingyun was about to attack, the 9 temples said excitedly. Following the words of the 9 temples, Imo Qingyun was pleasantly surprised. His body flashed as he rushed towards the entrance of the cave. As he approached the entrance of the cave, Imo Qingyun revealed a cold smile, and a ray of saber chi appeared in his hand. This was the saber chi of the Pill Palace. Although this is the last saber chi, I will give it to you all, now. After taking out the saber chi of the Dan Palace, Missouri Qingyun had a playful smile on his face. He looked at Zhuang Huanzhu and the others and said, I will enter the cave first. I won't play with you anymore. I will give you a saber chi of the Dan Palace. As soon as Imo Qingyun said that, the Pill Palace blade, chi in his hand, blasted towards Yuechen Zhuang. Following the guidance of the 9 temples, Imo Qingyun entered the cave in a flash. At the same time, the saber chi of the Pill Palace carried a terrifying fluctuation of yuan chi as it rushed towards the people of Yuechen Manor. The saber chi of the Pill Palace. Seeing the saber chi of the Pill Palace coming towards them, the people of Yuechen Manor, including those beside them, had their faces twitching in fear. If they were hit by the saber chi of the Pill Palace, even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. Soon after, they no longer hesitated and immediately took action to defend themselves. At this moment, the people of Yuechen Manor started to panic. Pill Palace's saber chi. That kid actually has the saber chi of the Pill Palace. Everyone, quickly block it. Otherwise, if we are hit by the saber chi of the Pill Palace, we will all be finished. Yes, let's join forces. Even if it is the saber chi of the Pill Palace, we should be able to block it. Immediately, the people stopped hesitating and joined forces to block the saber chi of the Pill Palace from Imo Qingyun. Bang! After the people joined forces to block the saber chi of the Pill Palace, an earth-shattering sound exploded. Then, a terrifying rebounding force erupted from the source of the sound. Bang, bang, bang. Under the impact of this violent essence energy, some people with weaker cultivations were directly sent flying by the recoil. After being sent flying, they spat out blood and their faces turned pale. It seemed like they had suffered serious injuries. Seeing that they were tricked by Imo Qingyun, Zhuang Huanju's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you have completely angered me. When you fall into my hands, I will tear you into pieces." After saying this, Zhuang Huanju's face turned ferocious. He turned to look at the Xiao brothers and asked, "Why didn't the three of you tell us that the kid has the saber chi of the Pill Palace?" At this moment, Zhuang Huanju's body emitted a strong chill, like a bloodthirsty and violent wolf. Being stared at by Zhuang Huanju, the Xiao brothers were frightened and their faces twitched. Lord Zhuang, we didn't know that the kid had the saber chi of the Pill Palace." At the same time, their hearts were filled with grievances and they revealed an innocent expression. They really didn't know that Imo Qingyun had the saber chi of the Pill Palace. You didn't know? Hearing the three's answers, Zhuang Huanju's face was filled with doubt. He obviously didn't believe their answers. He said coldly, "Don't tell me that the injuries on your bodies were caused by the kid's strength. It's really like that." Hearing Zhuang Huanju's words, Xia Yuan and the other two almost vomited blood. They felt depressed and ashamed. The three of them were Yuan Dan realm cultivators, and they were beaten so badly by a kid at True Energy Realm level 6. This was too shameful. However, this was the truth, and they couldn't deny it. Hearing the three's answers, Zhuang Huanju's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid? How can a kid at True Energy Realm level 6 have such strength? We don't dare to think of you as a fool." Seeing Zhuang Huanju's anger, Xia Yuan and the other two immediately panicked and hurriedly explained, "The main thing is that the kid is really powerful. He is very good at arrays and could draw arrays in the void." Trash. After hearing the three's explanation, Zhuang Huanju's face turned for the better. However, his tone was still cold as he said, "I will spare your lives for now. However, if I find out that you are lying, prepare to die." After berating the three, Zhuang Huanju's face darkened, and he turned to look at the cave dwelling. "That kid has entered the cave dwelling. When the time comes, all the treasures in the cave dwelling will belong to him. I can't let him take all the treasures." Zhuang Huanju thought for a moment, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He said to the crowd, "Everyone, that kid has entered the cave dwelling. When the time comes, all the treasures in the cave dwelling will belong to him. We can't let him take all the treasures. Let's break the array together." After hearing Zhuang Huanju's words, the surrounding people nodded in agreement. "That's right. Let's break the array at the entrance of the cave dwelling. We can't let that kid take all the treasures. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's break the array together." "Yes, let's break the array together. Only by breaking the array can we take the treasures in the cave dwelling." When they thought about how they would be able to take the treasures in the cave dwelling after breaking the array, the surrounding people became excited. Soon after, the crowd no longer hesitated and began to attack the array. The formation outside the cave had weakened a lot due to the passage of time. At this moment, under the combined attacks of the crowd, the array was on the verge of collapse. The array is about to break. "Everyone, let's work harder." As soon as they saw the formation shake, someone immediately shouted in excitement. After this person's words fell, the surrounding people also became excited, and one by one, they attacked with even more strength. Bang, bang, bang. As the crowd continued to attack, loud bangs could be heard from the array. Inside the cave dwelling, sensing the movement from the array, Imo Qingyun immediately frowned and said anxiously, "This array is too old. It can no longer unleash its full power. I'm afraid it won't be long before this array is broken. I have to hurry up and find the Brahmin C-scale blood fruit." Soon after, Imo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately began to loot the cave dwelling. As time was tight, Imo Qingyun chose to ignore some of the items that were not very precious. He did not want to waste time on them. Of course, Imo Qingyun had other plans for doing so. He left something behind so that when the others came in, it could attract their attention and give him more time to find the Brahmin C-scale blood fruit. The Valley Master of Cloud Core Valley's cave dwelling was very large. It was like a maze that was crisscrossed with many secret rooms. After a round of looting, Qingyun did not manage to find the Brahmin sea-scale blood fruit, even though he had obtained many spiritual herbs. This result made Qingyun feel a little frustrated. If the people outside the cave dwelling came in, it would be difficult for him to obtain the Brahmin sea-scale blood fruit. Boom! At this moment, just as Qingyun was feeling frustrated, a loud bang came from the entrance of the cave dwelling. The array at the entrance of the cave dwelling had been broken. The array has been broken. Sensing the movement at the entrance of the cave dwelling, Qingyun's expression immediately froze and tensed up. He thought to himself, looks like I have to hurry up. Otherwise, when those people come in, it will be difficult to find the Brahmin sea-scale blood fruit. Soon after, Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the other secret rooms to look for the Brahmin sea-scale blood fruit. After that, Qingyun went through 3 more secret rooms. However, the results were the same. He still did not find the Brahmin sea-scale blood fruit. This result made Qingyun even more anxious. At this moment, the people outside the cave dwelling had already rushed in his direction. Qingyun was relieved that these people did not attack him directly when they arrived. Instead, they rushed into the other secret rooms. Seeing that the people had rushed into the other secret rooms, Qingyun did not dare to slack off and immediately rushed into another secret room. Brahmin sea-scale blood fruit. Ha! I found a Brahmin sea-scale blood fruit. After a while, a surprised voice sounded in Qingyun's ears. It's in that secret room. Chapter 292. Haha, I got the Brahmin sea blood scale fruit. I'm rich now. What are you guys trying to do? I got the Brahmin sea blood scale fruit. Don't even think about snatching it from me. Idiot! How dare you shout so loudly after getting the Brahmin sea blood scale fruit? Ah, you ambushed me. My Brahmin sea blood scale fruit. Idiot! I've been watching you for a long time now. How dare you act so arrogantly after getting the Brahmin sea blood scale fruit? You're asking for death. As Qingyun approached the secret chamber, he heard excited voices. After a while, Qingyun arrived at the secret chamber. The secret chamber was in a state of chaos. When he arrived at the secret chamber, Qingyun released his soul power to sense the people in the secret chamber. He was trying to find the person who got the Brahmin sea blood scale fruit. After sensing for a while, Qingyun confirmed the person who got the Brahmin sea blood scale fruit. He moved his body and approached the person, ready to kill him. However, just as Qingyun approached the person, a long sword that shone with a cold light pierced through the person's body, killing him. Heishan Palace, keep. Seeing that the person was killed, Qingyun did not dare to hesitate. He immediately controlled the Heishan Palace to keep the person's body into the Heishan Palace. At this moment, Qingyun's actions were as smooth as flowing water. There was no hesitation at all. I got the Brahmin sea blood scale fruit. After keeping the person's body, Qingyun did not hesitate and left the secret chamber. He was ready to leave the Cloud Core Valley Master's Cave. There were dozens of Yuan Dan realm experts here. If they joined forces to deal with him, it would be a very scary thing. Qingyun did not want to see such a situation. He did not have the Pill Palace with him now, nor did he have the savage beast by his side. The saber aura of the Pill Palace was also used up. Even if he could use the array, he would have to pay a price to kill these people. Qingyun was not willing to accept such an outcome, so he felt that it was better to leave. Lord Zhuang, that brat is over there. However, just as Qingyun was about to leave the cave, a cold voice was heard from the crowd. The person who spoke was Xiaochang. Upon hearing Xiaochang's words, Zhuang Huanju's expression darkened. He turned to look at Qingyun and instructed the people beside him, "Stop that brat immediately. Don't let him escape." "Yes, Brother Huanju." Hearing Zhuang Huanju's words, the people of Yuechen Manor immediately responded and rushed toward Qingyun. Not long after, the crowd blocked Qingyun's path and surrounded Qingyun like a dumpling. Seeing that Qingyun's path was blocked, Zhuang Huanju sneered and said proudly, "Kid, keep running. Let's see where you can hide now. I didn't expect them to see me." Looking at Zhuang Huanzhu and the others in front of him, Mo Qingyun frowned and revealed a serious expression. He began to think in his heart, the cave is too small and there are too many bystanders. This is not a suitable place to fight with the people of Yuechen Manor. Mo Qingyun thought in his heart. If he fought with the people of Yuechen Manor here, both sides would be injured. If these people suddenly made a move and hit them while they were down, that would be bad. Right now, there were hundreds of Yuan Dan realm experts around him. They were not people he could deal with. Therefore, even if he wanted to fight, this was not a suitable place. Escape? Why should I escape? After thinking for a while, Mo Qingyun's lips curled into a faint smile. He looked at Zhuang Huanzhu and the others playfully and said, "The saber energy of the Pill Palace just now is not bad, right? Do you want another round?" As he said this, Mo Qingyun secretly waved his finger and drew an array. Of course, Mo Qingyun's action was very subtle. If one did not observe carefully, ordinary people would not be able to notice it. Moreover, everyone's attention was attracted by the saber energy of the Pill Palace. Therefore, they did not notice Mo Qingyun's action. Pill Palace's saber energy. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Zhuang Huanzhu and the others' faces immediately twitched. They looked at Mo Qingyun with respect. Immediately after, they subconsciously retreated, and the encirclement around Mo Qingyun also expanded a little. There was no other way. If Mo Qingyun still had the saber energy of the Pill Palace on him. At this moment, if they were too close to Mo Qingyun, once Mo Qingyun launched a sneak attack, they would be in trouble. After taking a step back, Zhuang Huanzhu's face darkened. He said coldly to Mo Qingyun, "Kid, don't try to be mysterious. If you really have the saber energy of the Pill Palace, just release it. You're too naive if you want to use it to scare us." "Is that so?" Hearing Zhuang Huanzhu's words, Mo Qingyun looked at him mockingly and said with disdain, "If you're not afraid, you can try. Why are you retreating?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Zhuang Huanzhu was immediately speechless. He was choked by Mo Qingyun's words. Yes, if they were not afraid, why were they retreating? Although he wanted to refute Mo Qingyun, he did not dare to take the risk. The saber energy of the Pill Palace was not a joke. After a moment of speechlessness, Zhuang Huanzhu's face darkened. He turned to look at Xia Yuan and the other two beside him. He pointed at Xia Chong and said coldly, "You go and attack that kid. Test him and see if he has the saber energy of the Pill Palace." Lord Zhuang, hearing Zhuang Huanzhu's words, Xia Chong's face immediately turned bitter and he begged Zhuang Huanzhu. However, Zhuang Huanzhu chose to ignore his pleas. His tone turned colder as he said, "If you don't want to die, go over there obediently and attack that kid. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a dead man right now." After hearing Zhuang Huanzhu's words, Xia Chong's face turned bitter. With an unwilling expression, he walked towards Mo Qingyun. At the same time, the hatred in Xia Yuan's eyes when he looked at Mo Qingyun intensified. It was all Mo Qingyun's fault. If it were not for Mo Qingyun, they would not have met the people from Yuechen Manor, and he would not have suffered such treatment. Xia Chong's face was filled with fear as he slowly walked towards Mo Qingyun. He said in a panicked tone, "Kid, you are already surrounded. If you know what's good for you, then obediently surrender. Cripple your own cultivation and kowtow to beg for mercy." Cripple my own cultivation and kowtow to beg for mercy? After hearing Xia Chong's words, Mo Qingyun looked at him mockingly and said with disdain, "Are you threatening me? But why are you so afraid? Why are you so afraid?" After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the surrounding onlookers immediately looked at Xia Chong with mockery. "Yes, you have the absolute advantage. Furthermore, you're the one who is threatening your opponent. What are you afraid of?" At this moment, the surrounding onlookers despised Xia Chong's behavior to the extreme. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a coward and a piece of trash. Xia Chong's face immediately flushed when he saw the mocking gazes of the surrounding onlookers. He felt an intense sense of humiliation. Xia Chong's face darkened when this feeling appeared. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me for being rude. Coward, you talk too much." When he saw Xia Chong's actions, Emo Qingyun looked at him with disdain once again and said coldly, "If you want to fight, then come on. If you don't dare, then scram." At this moment, Emo Qingyun's hands had already stopped moving when he said this. This meant that he had already finished inscribing the array formation. When the array formation was completed, a strong fluctuation of origin energy immediately erupted from Emo Qingyun's hands and blossomed with a dazzling light. After this discovery, everyone's expressions changed as they vaguely guessed what had happened. Emo Qingyun had been secretly inscribing the array formation just now. "Oh no, we've been fooled." After this discovery, Xia Yuan's expression immediately changed, and he said anxiously, "We've been fooled by this kid. He was just stalling for time and taking the opportunity to inscribe the array formation secretly." After saying this, Xia Yuan's expression became agitated. He quickly said to Zhuang Huanju, who was beside him, "Master Zhuang, let's attack this kid immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late when he finishes inscribing the array formation." Inscribing the array formation. When he heard Xia Yuan's words, Zhuang Huanju's expression immediately changed and his face turned ugly. Immediately, Zhuang Huanju did not dare to hesitate. He immediately ordered the people beside him, "Let's attack immediately. This kid must have no more saber aura from the Pill Palace. Otherwise, with this kid's character, he wouldn't be so sloppy." "Yes, Brother Huanju." When they heard Zhuang Huanju's words, the people of Yuchen Manor immediately nodded in agreement and started attacking Emo Qingyun. Golden Lion's Fury, Fierce Sacred Energy, Golden Snake Dragon Break. In an instant, all kinds of martial skills with terrifying origin energy fluctuations whizzed toward Emo Qingyun. You guys realized it too late. When he saw everyone's actions, Emo Qingyun's lips curled into a smug smile. He controlled the array formation and blasted it toward you, Chen Manor, and the others. As the array formation blasted out, it emitted a terrifying aura. This aura was comparable to the attack of a LV5 Yuan dance stage powerhouse. The aura of a LV5 Yuan dance stage powerhouse was comparable to the aura of a LV5 Yuan dance stage powerhouse. When they realized this, Zhuang Huanju and the others' expressions immediately changed. Shock was written all over their faces. The aura of Emo Qingyun's array formation was actually so powerful. A kid with a cultivation base of LV6 True Energy Stage could actually display the combat strength of an LV5 Yuan Dance Stage powerhouse. This kind of situation was really too abnormal. Explode. At this moment, while Zhuang Huanju and the others were still in shock, Emo Qingyun directly detonated the array formation. As soon as the array formation exploded, an even more terrifying aura poured out from the array formation and swept toward Zhuang Huanju and the others. At this moment, the origin energy storm that erupted from the explosion of the array formation was comparable to the attack of a LV7 Yuan dance stage powerhouse. As the origin energy storm appeared, it immediately charged toward Zhuang Huanju and the others' attacks and collided with them. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, there were continuous explosions. The color of the sky changed and the origin energy raged, forming an even more terrifying origin energy whirlpool. As soon as the origin energy whirlpool was formed, it emitted a terrifying aura and swept toward the surroundings. "Quick, block this origin energy storm." When Zhuang Huanju saw the terrifying origin energy storm approaching, his face immediately darkened and he shouted to the people beside him. Chapter 293. The resistance of the Yuechen Manor's people crumbled under the impact of the origin energy whirlpool. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, some of the Yuechen Manor's people with weaker cultivation were sent flying by the origin energy whirlpool. Puff! After being hit by the origin energy whirlpool, They immediately spat out blood and fell to the ground with heavy injuries. It seemed like they had lost their ability to fight for a while. Seeing this, Zhuang Huanju's face turned gloomy immediately. In just 2 short exchanges, they had actually suffered at Mo Qingyun's hands. Raptor break. At this moment, when Zhuang Huanju and the rest were entangled by the origin energy whirlpool, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate. In a flash, he dashed out of the cave dwelling. Let's chase after him. Don't let him get away. Seeing Mo Qingyun leave the cave dwelling, Zhuang Huanju's face turned gloomy immediately. He instructed the people beside him and chased after Mo Qingyun. After a while, Mo Qingyun and the rest left the area of the cave dwelling. At this moment, Zhuang Huanju and the rest closed in on Mo Qingyun. Seeing this, Zhuang Huanju sneered, "Boy, you can't escape." Seeing the Yuechen Manor's people closing in on him, Mo Qingyun curled his lips into a playful smile. Soul Ray. Then, a silver light flashed in Mo Qingyun's left eye. He shot a soul ray at one of the weaker people in the Yuechen Manor. Puff! As soon as the soul ray shot out, it hit the person and crushed his soul instantly. Puff! The person's soul was crushed and his body fell to the ground. He twitched a few times before he stopped moving. A person with a cultivation of level 4 Yuan dance stage was killed by Mo Qingyun just like that. A martial skill. Seeing Mo Qingyun's attack, Zhuang Huanju's expression immediately changed to one of shock. He did not expect Mo Qingyun to have such a technique. Since Mo Qingyun was not using his eye power, Zhuang Huanju did not recognize Mo Qingyun's heavenly soul demon eye. After killing Yu Qinzhuang, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate at all. He immediately turned around and fled again. Seeing Mo Qingyun use the soul light, the people of Yuechen Manor looked at Mo Qingyun with fear. As a result, their speed of pursuit unconsciously slowed down. Then, the gap between them and Mo Qingyun unknowingly widened. The distance has been widened. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, if the distance is widened, the people of Yuechen Manor will probably give up. It seems that I have to wait for them. After thinking about this, Mo Qingyun slowed down a little to allow the people of Yuechen Manor to catch up. Seeing Mo Qingyun slow down, the people of Yuechen Manor immediately sneered and said proudly, "The boy's speed has slowed down. If I'm not wrong, he must have used up too much of his origin power. That's why he can't escape quickly." As this person made his guess, the others on the side immediately responded one after another, expressing their agreement with his guess. Yes, that must be it. The boy must not be able to run anymore. In my opinion, the boy must be so scared that his legs are weak. He can't exert any strength in his legs. Of course he's scared. Once we catch up with him, he'll be in trouble. Do you think he'll wet his pants when he sees us slowly approaching? If his pants are wet, he won't be able to run anymore. A pool of urine is very strong. Ha! At this moment, the people of Yuechen Manor sneered proudly. In their opinion, the reason why Mo Qingyun slowed down was because his cultivation base was limited. The origin power in his body could not sustain his origin power. That was why he slowed down. As the distance between the two parties narrowed, Zhuang Huanju sneered and said proudly to Mo Qingyun, "Boy, aren't you running very fast? Why don't you run a little faster? Run a little faster?" Hearing Zhuang Huanju's words, Mo Qingyun smiled slyly and attacked the people of Yuechen Manor again. Soul gaze. As the people of Yuechen Manor were careless and Mo Qingyun's attack was too sudden, the person was hit by Mo Qingyun's soul gaze before he could react. After being hit by the soul gaze, the person was killed by Mo Qingyun. Just like the people before him, he was killed by Mo Qingyun. Another level 4 Yuan dance stage powerhouse was killed by Mo Qingyun. After discovering this, the expressions of the people of Yuechen Manor immediately changed. Shock and anger appeared on their faces. Mo Qingyun had actually killed one of them right in front of their eyes. Could it be that Mo Qingyun hadn't expended too much of his origin power just now, but was deliberately showing weakness to lure the enemy in? What a cunning boy. After realizing this, Zhuang Huanju's face became ferocious, and he clenched his teeth. They were fooled by Mo Qingyun again. Soul gaze. At this moment, while Zhuang Huanju and the others were furious, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and shot another soul gaze at another person. Puff! Then, the person was hit by the soul gaze. His soul was instantly destroyed by the soul gaze. He spat out blood and fell to the ground. Soon, he stopped moving and the aura on his body disappeared. He was killed by Mo Qingyun. After witnessing this, Zhuang Huanju's anger reached its peak. Mo Qingyun was really too arrogant. He actually killed people consecutively. This had already touched their bottom line. What Zhuang Huanju and the others could not accept was that Mo Qingyun had killed 3 of them in a short period of time. They could not help but wonder if they were the ones who were chasing after Mo Qingyun. Why were they the ones who were killed in the end? Nine more. While Zhuang Huanju was furious, Mo Qingyun revealed a playful smile and counted the heads of Zhuang Huanju and the others. It seemed like he was going to kill all of them in one fell swoop. Zhuang Huanju's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Mo Qingyun, "Boy, don't run away if you have the guts. Fight us face to face." He looked like he was about to go berserk. However, Mo Qingyun was too fast. He could not catch up at all. This made him very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Mo Qingyun chose to ignore Zhuang Huanju's words and continued to run at a steady pace. Seeing that Mo Qingyun did not respond, Zhuang Huanju's face darkened. He shouted angrily, "Boy, I'd like to see how long you can last with your 6th level true energy stage cultivation base. When your origin energy is exhausted, it will be time for you to die." Hearing Zhuang Huanju's words, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry. I won't collapse even if all of you are exhausted." After replying to Zhuang Huanju, Mo Qingyun continued to run at an extremely fast speed. Crimson blood flame wolves. However, after walking for a while, Mo Qingyun's expression couldn't help but change. It became much more serious. At this moment, a large group of crimson blood flame wolves whose strength was comparable to a 4th level Yuan dance stage powerhouse appeared in front of him. There were close to 30 crimson blood flame wolves in this group. It would be troublesome if he was surrounded by them. However, in this situation, if Mo Qingyun retreated, Zhuang Huanju and the others would catch up to him. He would also be in a passive situation. Mo Qingyun's current situation could be said to be a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. Not only that, when Mo Qingyun was hesitating, some of the crimson blood flame wolves had already discovered him and were rapidly approaching him. When he saw this, Mo Qingyun's expression became even more serious. He did not hesitate and immediately turned around to flee. Being attacked by Zhuang Huanju and the others was better than being entangled by the crimson blood flame wolves. The crimson blood flame wolves were extremely brutal. Once they locked onto their target, they were almost indestructible. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Mo Qingyun was still unwilling to clash with them. Of course, when avoiding the crimson blood flame wolves, Mo Qingyun had some other plans in his heart. As Mo Qingyun turned around to flee, he met up with Zhuang Huanju and the others in a short while. When they saw Mo Qingyun running towards them, Zhuang Huanju and the others' expressions immediately changed, revealing a face of surprise and confusion. They did not understand the meaning of Mo Qingyun's actions. Mo Qingyun actually dared to run back. Was he planning to walk into a trap and die? After a brief moment of confusion, Zhuang Huanju and the others saw that the group of crimson figures behind Mo Qingyun was rapidly approaching them. Those were the crimson blood flame wolves. When they saw those crimson figures, Zhuang Huanju and the others immediately understood in their hearts why Mo Qingyun ran back. Even if they were surrounded by so many crimson blood flame wolves, they could only run for their lives. Seeing Mo Qingyun's crimson blood flame wolves chasing after them, Zhuang Huanju and the others showed a hideous smile on their faces. They gloated, "Boy, run again. Why aren't you running now? Now it seems that even God is not helping you." Zhuang Huanju, it seems that you're celebrating too early. Hearing Zhuang Huanzhu's words, Mo Qingyun's lips curled into a faint smile. He replied, "These crimson blood flame wolves are not your allies. In their eyes, you and I are the same." After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Zhuang Huanzhu and the others' expressions immediately twitched, and a trace of panic flashed across their faces. That's right. The Crimson Blood Flame Wolves did not recognize them. Once they were caught by the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves, they would also be attacked by the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves. Thinking of this, Zhuang Huanzhu's expression immediately turned ugly, and he instantly thought of a possibility. By running back, Mo Qingyun was tricking them again. He purposely lured the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves to them, intending to use the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves to deal with them. In that case, they seemed to have been tricked by Mo Qingyun again. After coming to this conclusion, Zhuang Huanzhu and the others immediately felt extremely displeased. However, in the current situation, it seemed that they could not attack Mo Qingyun yet. Otherwise, they would be caught by the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves. Thinking of this, Zhuang Huanzhu and the others' expressions darkened, and they glared at Mo Qingyun with bloodshot eyes. Looking at their appearance, it seemed like they wished they could skin Mo Qingyun alive. Chapter 294. Raptor Breaker. At this moment, Mo Qingyun no longer held back and increased his speed to the maximum. With the support of the Bird of Prey break and the second level of the wind profound meaning, Mo Qingyun was only an afterimage in other people's eyes. With Mo Qingyun running at full speed, it didn't take long for him to overtake Zhuang Huanzhu and the others. After leaving Zhuang Huanzhu and the rest behind, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and said to Zhuang Huanzhu and the rest, "Everyone, I'll leave these Crimson Blood Flame Wolves to you. I'll go first." Mo Qingyun let out a faint chuckle. Then, a gust of wind appeared under his feet as he quickly ran forward. After a while, Mo Qingyun left Zhuang Huanzhu and the rest behind and disappeared from their sight. Seeing Mo Qingyun's speed, the people of Yuetian Manor were stunned and could not believe their eyes. Mo Qingyun's speed was a bit too fast. How did this kid's speed suddenly become so fast? Could it be that he was pretending before to make us lower our guard so that he could launch a sneak attack on us? Yes, that must be it. What a cunning boy. If I catch him, I won't let him go. Stop talking. Crimson Blood Flame Wolves, catch up. Get ready to fight. Seeing the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves catching up, the people of Yuetian Manor immediately became serious, and some panic appeared in their eyes. Although the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves were not strong, they were brutal and ruthless by nature. Moreover, they outnumbered them and were not easy to deal with. Then, the people of Yuetian Manor were caught up by the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves and attacked crazily. As soon as the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves attacked, they showed their ferocious side. Every attack was fatal. Seeing this, the people of Yuetian Manor did not dare to hesitate and immediately counterattacked. They fought crazily with the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves. Fortunately, the people of Yuetian Manor had a higher cultivation than the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves. Therefore, although the Crimson Blood Flame Wolves had the advantage in numbers, they could not gain an overwhelming advantage. For a moment, the people of Yuetian Manor and the Crimson Blood Flame Wolf were in a stalemate. Now that I've obtained the Brahma Sea-Scale Blood Fruit, it's time to leave Cloudcore Valley. After shaking off the people from Yuetian Manor, Mo Qingyun thought that it was time for him to return to Pine Cauldron City. Mo Qingyun then turned and headed for the outskirts of Cloudcore Valley. However, as Mo Qingyun was making his way to the outskirts of the Cloudcore Valley, a group of people who looked a little disheveled appeared in his line of sight. At this moment, the figures in front of him were the people from Yuetian Manor who had been injured by his formation and the Saber Chi of the Pill Palace, as well as the three Xiao brothers. Mo Qingyun couldn't help but look a little surprised by their appearance. After a brief moment of shock, Mo Qingyun revealed a cold smile as he slowly walked towards the group. As Mo Qingyun approached, the people from Yuetian Manor, as well as the three Xiao brothers, also saw Mo Qingyun. "Kid, you're pretty fast at escaping. You actually managed to shake off Master Zhuang and the rest." When they saw Mo Qingyun, Xia Yuan and the other two sneered and said proudly, "But you didn't expect us to intercept you here, did you?" "Indeed, we didn't expect it." Mo Qingyun smiled faintly as he looked at Xia Yuan and the rest with disdain. He said nonchalantly, "But do you think that you can stop me with just a bunch of defeated soldiers?" When they heard Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Yuan and the rest's expressions immediately froze, revealing a trace of worry. With the combat strength that Mo Qingyun had displayed previously, they might not be able to stop Mo Qingyun with just a bunch of defeated soldiers. However, when he thought of Zhuang Huanzhu and the rest who would be arriving soon, Xia Yuan felt relieved. He revealed a cold smile and said, "Indeed, we can't stop you. But as long as we delay you for a while, Master Zhuang and the rest will arrive. At that time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." Zhuang Huanzhu and the rest will arrive? When he heard Xia Yuan and the other two's words, the smile on Mo Qingyun's face immediately became radiant. He replied, "Xia Yuan, you're thinking too much. Zhuang Huanzhu and the rest are currently being held back by the Crimson Blood Flame Wolf. I don't think they'll be able to arrive anytime soon." What? Zhuang Huanzhu and the rest were being held back by the Crimson Blood Flame Wolf? When they heard Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Yuan and the rest's expressions changed drastically. A sense of shock rose in their hearts as their expressions tensed up. If it was really as Mo Qingyun said, then they would be in trouble at this moment. Right now, they were basically all defeated soldiers. They could not even use 30% of their strength. With their current strength, it was possible for them to delay Mo Qingyun for a while, but it was impossible for them to actually fight against Mo Qingyun. When they thought of that, Xia Yuan and the others became flustered. They looked at Mo Qingyun in awe, wary that Mo Qingyun would attack them. When they thought of how Zhuang Huanzhu and the rest would not be able to come to their aid, Xia Yuan and the others became flustered. They said in panic, "BR brat, just what do you want? What do I want? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Mo Qingyun sneered when he heard their words. He replied, "It seems like you've always been the one trying to steal from me. Now, you're asking me that instead. Isn't that a little too laughable?" When they heard Mo Qingyun's words, the people from the Yuechen Manor immediately became speechless. They had been rendered speechless by Mo Qingyun's words. Mo Qingyun was right. They had always been the ones who had coveted Mo Qingyun's treasures and wanted to steal them from Mo Qingyun. After a moment of thought, Xia Yuan became slightly guilty. He said, "Brother, we were wrong before, but we've paid a price for it. Can we just let this go? Do you really plan on becoming enemies with the Yuechen Manor?" "Did you say that?" Mo Qingyun glanced at Xia Yuan in disdain when he heard that. He said mockingly, "Also, Xia Yuan, you have no right to say that to me. Can you represent the Yuechen Manor?" Xia Yuan was at a loss for words. He really could not represent the Yuechen Manor. He was just a dog attached to the Yuechen Manor. Mo Qingyun continued when he saw that Xia Yuan was silent. "You want to make peace with me just because you're weaker than me? There's no such thing in the world. Since you want to steal from me, you should have thought about my revenge." Mo Qingyun knew very well that if he fell into their hands, he would end up in a miserable state. There was no right or wrong in the world. The only thing that mattered was whether your fist was big enough and hard enough. "Kid, what do you mean by that?" The faces of the people from the Yuechen Manor sank when they heard Mo Qingyun's words. They said coldly, "We've already taken a step back. Don't be so ungrateful. If you really push us too far, we'll just fight to the death. At that time, you'll have to pay a great price. You're not qualified to fight to the death with me." Mo Qingyun sneered when he heard what the people from the Yuechen Manor said. He stopped talking nonsense with them and attacked them directly. As soon as Mo Qingyun attacked, a terrifying aura burst out from his hand, and light flashed rapidly. Unknowingly, he had completed another array formation. Retreat. This kid is setting up another formation. Feeling the terrifying aura from Mo Qingyun's hand, the expressions of the people from the Yuechen Manor immediately changed, and they looked terrified. Then, the people from the Yuechen Manor limped away like the zombies in Plants vs. Zombies. Seeing these people's actions, Mo Qingyun immediately revealed a look of disdain and ridiculed. Do you think you can still escape with the way you are? While Mo Qingyun was talking, the formation had already arrived in front of the people from the Yuechen Manor. Explode. When the formation arrived in front of the people from the Yuechen Manor, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately detonated the formation. Boom! As soon as the formation exploded, there was a loud noise and a terrifying origin energy storm burst out. As soon as the storm appeared, it immediately enveloped the people from the Yuechen Manor and bombarded them wildly. Puff! Under the bombardment of the origin energy storm, the people from the Yuechen Manor were immediately injured. Their faces turned pale and they spat out blood. Bang, bang, bang. As they spat out blood from their serious injuries, their bodies were forcefully blasted away and they fell heavily to the ground. Among them, some of the more seriously injured people were directly beheaded by the formation's elemental energy storm, their heads separated from their bodies. After being attacked by the origin energy storm, the people from the Yuechen Manor who were seriously injured were completely crippled. Looking at the people from the Yuechen Manor who were crippled, Mo Qingyun's face turned cold, and he slowly walked toward them. What do you want? As soon as they saw Mo Qingyun approaching, the people from the Yuechen Manor were instantly horrified. Mo Qingyun did not respond to their horrified words. Instead, he looked coldly at Xia Yuan and the other two and said, "Should I thank you for leading the people from the Yuechen Manor to kill me?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Xia Yuan and the other two were immediately at a loss for words. They did not know how to respond to Mo Qingyun. Seeing that the three of them were at a loss for words, Mo Qingyun ignored them. He raised his hand and took out the red silk saber and slashed at the three of them. Seeing Mo Qingyun's action, the three of them trembled and begged for mercy with ashen faces. Little brother, we were wrong. Please give us another chance. If you let us go this time, we will not provoke you again. Really, I swear this time. Yes. How about we break another arm and you let us go? In an instant, the three of them were begging Mo Qingyun for mercy with a panicked look on their faces. Puff! However, this time, Mo Qingyun chose to ignore their pleas and slashed at Xia Chong with a red silk saber. As soon as Mo Qingyun raised his saber, Xia Chong's head was separated from his body. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with unwillingness. Chapter 295. I've given you a chance, but you didn't take it. You can't blame me for this. After killing Xia Chong, Mo Qingyun turned to look at Xia Yuan and Xia Tao with a cold expression. Since your third brother is dead, you should accompany him so that he won't be lonely on his way to the netherworld. After looking at Xia Yuan and Xia Tao coldly, Mo Qingyun raised his hand again and slashed at them. Slash! Xia Yuan and Xia Tao, who were now disabled, could not resist Mo Qingyun's attack and were killed by Mo Qingyun. After killing the three Xia brothers, Mo Qingyun looked at the people from Yuechen Manor and attacked them. My friend, we were wrong. Please don't kill us. Look at me. Both my legs are broken. I'm already a cripple. Please spare my life. Big brother, it was all my fault. I can give you my Chinkoan bag. Please don't kill me. I'm a genius for my family. I don't want to die here. In an instant, the people from Yuechen Manor were begging for mercy. Hearing the pleas of the Yuechen Manor's people, Mo Qingyun looked at them with disdain and attacked even more decisively. People like them who bullied the weak and feared the weak were malignant tumors in the world. Killing them was doing the people a favor. Soon after, the people from Yuechen Manor were killed by Mo Qingyun's sword. After killing all of them, Mo Qingyun took their Chinkoan bags and left Cloudcore Valley without further ado. After a few hours, Mo Qingyun arrived outside Cloudcore Valley. After leaving Cloudcore Valley, Mo Qingyun did not linger and headed back to Pine Cauldron City. Mo Qingyun thought to himself that the sooner he returned to meet up with Mo Qingyun, the sooner he could avenge Mo Feiyu. Also, he wanted to see if there was any news about Idemon. If there was news about Idemon, he could hunt her down and increase the strength of his heavenly soul demon eye bloodline. A day later, Mo Qingyun arrived at a city called Cloud Pill City as he traveled at top speed. Looking at the city in front of him, Mo Qingyun hesitated. In the end, he decided to rest in the city. Then, Mo Qingyun walked into Cloud Core City. After entering Cloud Core City, Mo Qingyun was surprised to see that there were many people in Cloud Core City. What surprised Mo Qingyun even more was that most of the inns in Cloud Pill City were actually full of people. After asking around a dozen inns in a row, not a single one of them had an empty room. Mo Qingyun felt a little helpless about this outcome. A quarter of an hour later, Mo Qingyun walked into a hotel called Sky. "Sir, would you like to stay or have a meal?" When he saw Mo Qingyun walk in, the waiter immediately greeted him with a smile and asked Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun's expression froze when he saw the waiter walk closer. He looked at the waiter in shock. Mo Qingyun had not expected the waiter to be at the second level of the Yuan Dan realm. However, after a short moment of surprise, Mo Qingyun felt relieved. There were dangers everywhere in the Yuan Dan realm battlefield. It was indeed not safe for a waiter at the second level of the Yuan Dan realm to go out and train. Now that he was a waiter in a hotel, he could be considered to have a job and a way to earn elemental spirit stones. "Stay." Mo Qingyun's expression was solemn as he nodded in response. Then, he looked at the rooms in the hotel and said, "Arrange a good room for me." "All right." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the waiter's face immediately lit up with joy. His smile became even more brilliant as he said to Mo Qingyun, "Dear customer, you've come at the right time. Our store just happens to have one last first-class room left. If you had come a little later, this room might have been reserved by someone else." Mo Qingyun nodded in understanding when he heard the waiter's words. There was indeed a shortage of rooms in Cloud Pill City. After nodding in response, Mo Qingyun looked curious and asked the waiter, "Why are there so many people in Cloud Pill City?" "So you just arrived in Cloud Pill City, right?" The waiter smiled mysteriously and asked Mo Qingyun when he heard Mo Qingyun's question. "That's right." Mo Qingyun nodded in response. The waiter's expression turned serious when he heard Mo Qingyun's reply. He then whispered into Mo Qingyun's ear, "It's like this. It is said that the Cloud Pill Valley, which is not far from Cloud Pill City, was unearthed a few days ago. I heard that many people obtained treasures there. Sir, do you want to try your luck there?" "Cloud Pill Valley?" Mo Qingyun smiled helplessly when he heard the waiter's words. After all this fuss, this was the reason. He had already gone to the Cloud Pill Valley Master's cave and made a fortune. Why would he go back now? Of course, this was just Mo Qingyun's opinion. He wouldn't tell the waiter. I'm not going." Mo Qingyun replied with a faint smile before instructing the waiter, "Take me to the guest room." "All right." The waiter nodded and walked forward, preparing to take Mo Qingyun to the guest room. "Waiter, please check in." Just as the waiter was about to take Mo Qingyun to the guest room, a fat, middle-aged man walked into the hotel and said arrogantly, "Give me a first-class guest room. The better, the better. I have money." Hearing this person's words, the waiter had a difficult expression. He ran over and said apologetically, "Sir, I'm really sorry. The last room in our hotel has already been rented by that young master. Why don't you go to another hotel to have a look?" The waiter looked troubled as he spoke. He raised his hand and pointed at Mo Qingyun. The fat middle-aged man looked at Mo Qingyun when he saw the waiter's actions. He glanced at Mo Qingyun with disdain. True energy level 6. The fat middle-aged man was stunned when he sensed Mo Qingyun's cultivation. Then, he looked at Mo Qingyun with even more disdain and said coldly, "Boy, I, Jinwei, have taken a fancy to your room. Give it up and go check in at another hotel." Mo Qingyun frowned when he heard Jinwei's words. He looked at him coldly. When Mo Qingyun glanced at Jinwei, he also sensed Jinwei's cultivation base. He was only at the intermediate third level of the origin core stage. After learning of Jinwei's cultivation, Mo Qingyun ignored him and turned to the waiter. "Take me to the guest room." The waiter hesitated when he heard Mo Qingyun's words. He looked at Mo Qingyun and Jin Wei with a troubled expression. After a short moment of hesitation, the waiter gritted his teeth and decided to take Mo Qingyun to the guest room. He said respectfully to Mo Qingyun, "Sir, please follow me." Jin Wei's face darkened when he saw Mo Qingyun's actions. He strode toward Mo Qingyun and grabbed Mo Qingyun's shoulder. He said coldly, "Boy, how dare you fight with me for a guest room? You must be tired of living." Judging from Jin Wei's actions, it seemed that he intended to grab Mo Qingyun and throw him out of the hotel. Mo Qingyun's face darkened when he saw Jin Wei's actions. His eyes flashed coldly. Mo Qingyun had only wanted to stay in the hotel. He did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he had ignored Jin Wei. However, Mo Qingyun did not want to cause any trouble. This did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Since Jin Wei had foolishly provoked him, he didn't mind playing with him. "Stop!" Just as Mo Qingyun was about to attack, an old man moved in front of Mo Qingyun and blocked Jin Wei's attack. As soon as this old man made his move, his body emitted a shocking aura. He was a high-level Yuan Dan realm expert. Innkeeper. The waiter's face lit up when he saw the old man. He bowed respectfully to the old man. "You can leave now." The innkeeper glanced at the waiter and waved his hand, indicating that the waiter should leave. He would take care of this himself. An advanced Yuan Dan stage powerhouse. Jin Wei's face twitched when he sensed the innkeeper's aura. A look of reverence appeared on his face. He could not afford to offend a powerhouse of this level. Peak 8th level Yuan Dan stage. Mo Qingyun could also sense the innkeeper's cultivation base. He could not help but take another look at the innkeeper. It was extremely rare for a shopkeeper of a hotel to have such strength. With this shopkeeper's strength, in this Origin Core battlefield, he should be considered an existence at the top of the tower. A little guy at the 6th level of the true energy realm can sense my cultivation base. Interesting. The innkeeper was surprised that Mo Qingyun could see through his cultivation base. He took a few more looks at Mo Qingyun. The innkeeper's face darkened when he sized up Mo Qingyun. He said to Mo Qingyun and Jin Wei, "Dear guests, fighting is prohibited in the inn. I hope you can cooperate. I was rash just now. Please forgive me, innkeeper." Hearing the shopkeeper's words, an apologetic look appeared on Jin Wei's face, and he apologized to the shopkeeper. Jin Wei put on an arrogant expression and said to the innkeeper, "Innkeeper, I want this guy's room. I can pay 10 times the price." "It's not about the price." The innkeeper waved his hand when he heard Jin Wei's words. He looked playfully at Mo Qingyun and said with a faint smile, "Since this guest came first and has already booked this room, you'll have to ask him if you want to rent his room." Mo Qingyun remained indifferent when he saw the innkeeper looking at him. He said to the innkeeper, "Innkeeper, I won't let you rent my room. Take me to the guest room." The innkeeper looked at Jin Wei when he heard Mo Qingyun's words. He said apologetically, "Dear guest, since this little friend is unwilling to let you rent his room, please go to another inn." "Another inn?" Jin Wei's expression turned ugly when he heard the innkeeper's words. Were there any guest rooms in Cloud Pill City? Chapter 296. Manager, this kid hasn't paid the deposit yet. In that case, I still have the qualifications to compete for this room. After a short pause, Jin Wei's expression changed, and he spoke to the manager. After speaking to the manager, Jin Wei looked at Mo Qingyun and said coldly, "Kid, if you have the guts, compete with me fairly." Mo Qingyun didn't waste time talking nonsense with Jin Wei. He asked in a low voice, "How do you want to compete?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Jin Wei showed a smug sneer, as if his scheme had succeeded. He quickly said, "My method of competition is very simple. Whoever offers the highest price will get the guest room. How about it?" "Okay." Upon hearing Jin Wei's words, Mo Qingyun simply nodded in agreement. He said impatiently, "You name your price first." Jin Wei's smug smile widened when he heard Mo Qingyun's straightforward reply. He laughed heartily. Brat, you're only at the 6th level of the true energy realm, yet you want to compete with me in wealth? I'll show you how big the gap between us is in a moment. As soon as Jinwei said that, the other people in the hotel immediately came out with expectant looks. Who do you think will win between the two of them? I think Jinwei will win. I think so too. That kid is only at the 6th level of the true energy realm, so he probably has a limited amount of elemental holy stones. Why do I have a feeling that the winner will be the 6th level true energy stage brat? Why don't we make a bet? The odds for the 6th level true energy realm kid will be 1 to 10. Okay, I'll bet 50,000 elemental holy stones on the Yuan Dan realm kid. I'll bet 100 elemental holy stones on the 6th level true energy realm kid. The hotel was in an uproar. A group of people huddled together and began to place their bets. Of course, most of them bet on Jinwei to win. Seeing this scene, Jinwei immediately revealed a smug smile and sneered. Kid, did you see that? They're all betting on me to win. Betting on you to win doesn't mean that you will definitely win. Hearing Jinwei's words, Mo Qingyun disdainfully curled his lips in disdain. He impatiently said, since you won't make a bid, I'll make a bid first. I'll bid 1,000,000 spirit essence stones. As Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he took out his heaven and earth bag and poured out 1,000,000 spirit essence stones onto the ground, instantly forming a small mountain of spirit essence stones. 1,000,000 spirit essence stones. Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, the surrounding people were stunned. They were shocked by Mo Qingyun's actions. A normal hotel room would only cost 10,000 spirit essence stones a day. Mo Qingyun had suddenly tossed out 1,000,000 spirit essence stones. This kind of action was really too brutal. 1,000,000 spirit essence stones. Looking at the mountain of elemental holy stones in front of him, Jinwei's face twitched. He was truly frightened. He had recently obtained a lucky chance and had obtained a considerable amount of spirit essence stones. There were several tens of millions of them. Thus, he dared to compete with Mo Qingyun in terms of wealth. But spending 1,000,000 spirit essence stones for a single night was something he couldn't afford. For a time, Jinwei hesitated. He suddenly discovered that his current actions were the same as shooting himself in the foot. Seeing Jinwei not make a bid for a long time, Mo Qingyun frowned. He impatiently said, since you can't afford it, then screw off. Don't waste my time. Boy, don't be too arrogant. As soon as Jinwei heard Mo Qingyun's words, his complexion darkened. Then he sneered and said, boy, if I'm not wrong, taking out 1,000,000 spirit essence stones is your limit. If you want to puff yourself up at your own cost in front of me, you're far too naive. Go back and drink milk for a few more years. 1,000,000 spirit essence stones. After speaking these arrogant words, Jinwei revealed an expression as if he was asking for a beating. He poured out 1,000,000 spirit essence stones from his universe bag. People wanted face, and trees wanted bark. If one wanted face, no matter what, they would suffer. At this moment, Jinwei fully embodied this principle. Puffing yourself up at your own cost? Hearing Jinwei's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a playful smile. He lightly smiled and said, only adding 100,000 spirit essence stones is too boring. Forget it. I'll pay 10,000,000 spirit essence stones. As Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he poured out another 9,000,000 spirit essence stones from his universe bag. Before long, an even larger mountain of spirit essence stones appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, everyone was left dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their ears and began to rub their eyes. 10,000,000 spirit essence stones for a single night in a hotel. Could this be any more wasteful? Looking at the mountain of spirit essence stones in front of him, the waiter from before was so scared that his legs went soft. F***, this guy was too rich. He worked in a hotel, and his annual income was only several 100,000 spirit essence stones. But Mo Qingyun spent 10,000,000 spirit essence stones for a single night in a hotel. The disparity between people was just too great. At the same time, as the other people in the hotel saw Mo Qingyun's actions, they all revealed looks of shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It seemed that they had underestimated Mo Qingyun. After a brief period of silence, the hotel erupted into an uproar. Everyone began to speak out in shock. F***CK, this boy is crazy. He actually spent 10 million to stay in a hotel for a single night. Just which family does this boy come from? Does his family elders know that he's so wasteful? Do you think this boy is someone from the Soul Kingdom? I heard that an amazing person recently appeared in the Soul Kingdom. The person you're talking about is Han Yang. I've heard of him before. He seems to have obtained some amazing inheritance. If that's the case, then that boy is most likely someone from the Soul Kingdom. His elders might be nearby. Then who is it? That Jinwei fellow is done for. He's offended a royal junior of the Soul Kingdom. His fate will be miserable. For a time, everyone in the hotel began to speculate about Mo Qingyun's identity. In their opinion, someone that could casually take out 10 million spirit essence stones was definitely not a simple existence. 10 million spirit essence stones. Seeing Mo Qingyun throw out so many spirit essence stones, Jinwei immediately felt the urge to pee. He looked at Mo Qingyun with awe in his eyes. For a time, Jinwei fell silent. He didn't know if he should increase the price or not. Seeing Jinwei hesitate, Mo Qingyun didn't want to waste time with him. He directly opened the universe bag and said, "There are a billion spirit essence stones inside. If you have more spirit essence stones than this, then I can give you this room." 1 billion. Seeing the amount of spirit essence stones in Mo Qingyun's universe bag, Jinwei was so frightened that he fell to his knees, wetting his pants. 1 billion spirit essence stones. Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to gather so many spirit essence stones. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the gap between a nouveau riche like him and Mo Qingyun was too big. More importantly, Mo Qingyun was only at the 6th level of the true energy realm. If he could take out 1 billion spirit essence stones, then what kind of awesome background did he have? At this moment, Jinwei was certain that Mo Qingyun was definitely from the 10 Great Kingdoms. Moreover, he was a royal junior of the 10 Great Kingdoms. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. Thinking of this, Jinwei's face twitched. He said in horror, Little brother, I lost. The room is yours. I'll get out of here." After saying this, Jinwei left in a hurry, not daring to hesitate. He was very worried. What if he stayed for a moment and Mo Qingyun's family elders happened to arrive? What would he do then? At that time, he might not be able to leave. Seeing that Jinwei had left, Mo Qingyun looked at the shopkeeper and smiled faintly. "Shopkeeper, take me to the room." "Okay." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the shopkeeper's expression froze for a moment. Then, he curiously sized up Mo Qingyun and inwardly said, "Wild and unruly, extraordinarily courageous and extraordinary. This little fellow doesn't seem simple." At this moment, the shopkeeper gave Mo Qingyun an evaluation in his heart. Soon after, Mo Qingyun was led by the innkeeper to the first-class guest room that he wanted. After Mo Qingyun entered the room, the hotel's lobby burst into an uproar again. Did I see wrong? That kid has 1 billion spirit essence stones in his universal bag? That's too much. Yeah. It's too scary. We all underestimated this kid. Looks like he's definitely a royal junior of the Soul Kingdom. That idiot actually dared to compare his wealth with a royal junior of the Soul Kingdom. His head must have been crushed by a door. He's too overbearing. He's too strong. I feel like I'm falling in love when I see him. Big sister, forget it. You're not young anymore. Don't ruin this young man's life. You're courting death. So what if I'm young? I've always kept my chastity. Haha, I won. Hurry up and bring the money. Remember, it's 1 to 10. At this moment, the hotel was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone was talking about Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun had a panoramic view of everyone's behavior in the hotel's lobby. Although he had entered the hotel room, he still released his soul power to sense the interior of the hotel. This little guy is quite mysterious. He must have a lot of secrets on him. Seeing Mo Qingyun enter the room, the manager bitterly smiled. He looked at Mo Qingyun's room with surprise and said, "Also, I can feel a dangerous aura from his body. It's best if I don't provoke this kind of person." Soon after, the manager walked back to the hotel's lobby. Seeing the manager walk back to the lobby, a person in the lobby suddenly asked the manager, "Manager, when will the lecture begin? Is it about that legendary expert again?" It'll begin soon." Hearing everyone's words, the manager faintly smiled and replied, "Today, we won't talk about the legendary master. Today, we'll talk about a demonic path hero on the battlefield of the true element boundary, the purple eye." The purple eye? Hearing the manager's words, everyone's expression changed, revealing a trace of doubt. Chapter 297. Who's the Purple Eye? How come I've never heard of him? I've never heard of him either. Also, what's there to say about a brat from the battlefield of the true energy stage? You don't understand. It's said that the three-eyed demon monarch, Han Yang, came from the battlefield of the true energy stage. Do you think that the Purple Eye is on par with the three-eyed demon monarch, Han Yang? That's hard to say. In any case, I'm looking forward to hearing your story today. At this moment, everyone in the hotel was waiting expectantly for the shopkeeper's story. After a quarter of an hour, the shopkeeper began his story. The Heavenly Book Pavilion talks about the strange things of the world, about the deeds of the world's experts. After the shopkeeper's opening remarks, he slammed the gavel on the table and began his story. His story was basically all about Mo Qingyun's deeds on the battlefield of the true energy stage. Of course, there was also a bit of testing. But even so, everyone in the hotel was intoxicated by his story. Their expressions constantly changed, sometimes excited, sometimes angry, sometimes worried. In the guest room, the Heavenly Book Pavilion again. I didn't expect it to have so many members. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately changed, revealing a look of surprise. After a brief moment of surprise, Mo Qingyun frowned slightly as he recalled. Also, the people outside seemed to say that Han Yang obtained some powerful inheritance and even received the title of the three-eyed demon monarch. I wonder if the 9 temples don't know anything about the three-eyed demon monarch. With this thought, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately asked the 9 temples. 9 temples. Among the 18 star generals, is there a star general with 3 eyes? Master, are you talking about the three-eyed star general? Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Jiugong's tone immediately became startled. She exclaimed, "Three-eyed star general. Among the 18 star generals, he can absolutely rank in the top 3. The three-eyed star general is this strong?" After hearing the words of the 9 temples, Mo Qingyun's expression was shocked. He was somewhat surprised by the strength of the three-eyed star general. That's right. The bloodline of the three-eyed demon clan is extremely powerful. Not only are they proficient in eye techniques, but they're also skilled in body refinement techniques. The 9 temples explained the three-eyed demon race's information to Mo Qingyun. If the heavenly soul race is unable to condense a soul star and establish a soul palace, they are no match for the three-eyed demon race. Never would I have imagined that the three-eyed demon clan would be so powerful. From the looks of it, Han Yang's luck is quite extraordinary. After hearing what the 9 temples said, Mo Qingyun had some understanding of the three-eyed demon race. He said in a low voice, "If that's the case, I'm afraid Brother Lu will encounter some trouble when he returns to the Soul Kingdom." At this moment, Mo Qingyun was somewhat worried about Lu Fangliang. After all, Lu Fangliang and Han Yang had a deep grudge against each other. Now that Han Yang had obtained a powerful inheritance, the moment he returned to the Soul Kingdom and caused trouble for Lu Fangliang's situation would definitely not be too good. However, when he thought of the fire position inheritance that Lu Fangliang had obtained, Mo Qingyun's mood relaxed a little. He thought to himself, Brother Lu also obtained the inheritance of the fire position star general. His potential doesn't lose to Han Yang's, so there shouldn't be too much trouble. My incarnation's cultivation is about to break through to the true energy realm. At this moment, While Mo Qingyun was thinking, he suddenly sensed that He Xian's incarnation in the palace was about to break through. After such a long period of cultivation, his incarnation's cultivation had finally reached the point of breaking through to the true energy realm. Immediately, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. His body moved and entered He Xian's palace, wholeheartedly controlling his incarnation's cultivation to break through. 2 days later, under Mo Qingyun's control, streams of true qi slowly condensed within the incarnation's body, forming streams of elemental power. As these elemental power streams condensed, the incarnation's aura also increased abruptly. The incarnation's cultivation had successfully broken through to the first level of the true energy realm. As the incarnation's cultivation broke through, Mo Qingyun's heart immediately moved. He said excitedly, "The incarnation's cultivation has broken through to the true energy realm, so it can refine the true bloodthirsty purple nightgrass. Once it has refined the bloodthirsty purple nightgrass, it can obtain the bloodthirsty characteristics of the bloodthirsty purple nightgrass." After this thought appeared, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He immediately took out the bloodthirsty purple nightgrass and handed it to the incarnation to refine. As the incarnation began to refine the bloodthirsty purple nightgrass, the bloodthirsty purple night grass melted little by little, turning into a purple liquid that was absorbed into the incarnation's body. As the purple liquid was absorbed by the incarnation, the color of the incarnation's skin gradually changed, turning purple. At the same time, as the incarnation absorbed the bloodthirsty purple nightgrass, its aura also increased. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun no longer paid any attention to it and allowed the incarnation to cultivate on its own. Then, Mo Qingyun's body flashed and left He Xian's palace, returning to the hotel's guest room. Once back in the guest room, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He took out the Qinquan bags of the people from Yuechen Manor and counted their gains. As the people that Mo Qingyun had killed were ordinary people from Yuechen Manor, the collection in their Qinquan bags was not particularly rich. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun simply categorized the items in the Qinquan bags and put them away. "Hey, there's a map here." After categorizing all the items, a broken map attracted Mo Qingyun's attention. Seeing this map, Mo Qingyun raised his hand to pick it up and looked at it carefully. However, as the map was broken, Mo Qingyun could not see it very clearly. He could barely make out a few words. "Bone-burying demon." After looking at the words on the map, Mo Qingyun realized that this map seemed to be a broken scroll and was not a complete map. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun ignored the map and casually put it into his Qinquan bag. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Mo Qingyun left the guest room. After leaving the guest room, Mo Qingyun went downstairs and came to the counter. He was ready to pay the bill and continue on his way back to Pine Tripod City. "Master, are you here to order food?" Seeing Mo Qingyun arrive, the waiter asked with a respectful look on his face. He looked at Mo Qingyun respectfully. "I'll pay the bill." Hearing the waiter's words, Mo Qingyun shook his head and responded indifferently. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the waiter's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Master, please wait a moment." The shopkeeper said that if you want to pay the bill, I'll call him. "Okay." After hearing the waiter's words, Mo Qingyun nodded and motioned for the waiter to call the shopkeeper. After all, his situation was a bit special. It was normal for the waiter to be unable to make a decision. Not long after, the shopkeeper arrived in front of Mo Qingyun under the guidance of the waiter. After the shopkeeper arrived, he settled the bill for Mo Qingyun and gave the extra elemental holy stones to Mo Qingyun. Seeing the shopkeeper's actions, Mo Qingyun did not refuse. He thanked the shopkeeper and took back the elemental holy stones. After settling the bill for Mo Qingyun, the shopkeeper took out a small jade book and handed it to Mo Qingyun. He smiled faintly and said, "Little brother, this is my identity card. If you have the chance, You can come to the Great Yin King's Heavenly Book Pavilion branch to look for me. Heavenly Book Pavilion. Seeing the shopkeeper's actions, Qingyun hesitated for a moment before he raised his hand and took the identity card from the shopkeeper. Qingyun was very curious about this Heavenly Book Pavilion. Previously, he had met people from the Heavenly Book Pavilion in the True Energy battlefield. More importantly, from the shopkeeper's words, it seemed that the Great Yin King's Heavenly Book Pavilion was only a small branch. From this, it could be seen that the headquarters of the Heavenly Book Pavilion should be in a larger region, possibly in a province. In that case, the Heavenly Book Pavilion should be a force in a province. After putting away the jade book, Qingyun pondered for a moment. Then, he bid farewell to the shopkeeper and left the hotel. Shopkeeper, why did you give him an identity card? Seeing the shopkeeper's action, the waiter was puzzled. He asked the shopkeeper, "Isn't this identity token usually given to the juniors who are powerful? Or it is given to those who are going to become super powerful?" After saying this, the waiter was immediately stunned. His eyes widened as he was shocked by his own thoughts. Seeing the waiter's actions, the shopkeeper smiled faintly and said, "You guessed right. I think that this little fellow has a chance to become that kind of person in the future." Qingyun was unaware of the conversation between the shopkeeper and the waiter. If he knew, he would definitely have a complicated smile on his face and admire the shopkeeper's eyesight. In his previous life, he had been one of the 9 great powerhouses of the Heavenly Soul Continent. This was indeed in line with the shopkeeper's guess. After leaving Cloud Pill City, Qingyun rushed back to Pine Cauldron City day and night. 7 days later, Qingyun finally returned to Pine Cauldron City after rushing with all his might. In these 7 days of rushing, his cultivation had increased once again. He had successfully reached the peak of the middle stage of the 6th level of the True Energy realm. This speed of improvement made Qingyun speechless. He sighed inwardly. The 5 elemental spiritual body was too abnormal. One had to know that in these days, he had been rushing and had not cultivated wholeheartedly. If he had wholeheartedly cultivated, his cultivation speed would have been even faster and reached a terrifying level. While Qingyun was shocked and sighed in his heart, a trace of relief appeared on his sympathetic face. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I concealed the characteristics of the 5 elemental spiritual body. Otherwise, if others knew about my body constitution, I'm afraid there would be a lot of trouble." After thinking for a while, Qingyun walked into Pine Cauldron City. After entering Pine Cauldron City, Qingyun did not turn around and directly returned to the mayor's mansion. At this moment, Li Mao and Yin Yuan were not in the mayor's mansion. Even Feiyu and Wang Zishu were not in the mansion. Seeing this, Qingyun was puzzled and confused. He found a guard and asked him about the situation. After hearing Qingyun's question, the guard truthfully reported to him. Auction house. Chapter 298. After being slightly surprised, Qingyun smiled faintly with a satisfied expression on his face. It seemed that letting Li Mao and Yin Yuan manage Pine Cauldron City was a very normal choice. Then, Qingyun asked the guard about Feiyu and Wang Zishu. After knowing that they were cultivating in seclusion and that savage beast was protecting them, Qingyun was not in a hurry to find them. I wonder how Brother Li and Brother Yan's auction house is doing. At this moment, Qingyun was curious about Li Mao and Yin Yuan's auction house. Then he ordered the guard, "Bring me to Li Mao and Yin Yuan's auction house." Yes. Hearing Qingyun's words, the guard immediately showed respect and brought Qingyun to Li Mao and Yin Yuan's auction house. Qingyun wanted to take a look at the auction house because he wanted to see Li Mao and Yin Yuan's results. On the other hand, he planned to get rid of some of the martial skills, weapons, and other personal items he had on him. Of course, other than that, Qingyun also asked Li Mao and Yin Yuan if they had any information about a demon. The auction house was not far from the city lord's mansion. With the guard leading the way, Qingyun arrived at the auction house in half an hour. Qing Yun Auction House. Mo Qing Yun smiled bitterly when he saw the name of the auction house. He felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Li Mao and Yin Yuan's auction house actually used his name as the auction house's name. Of course, while Mo Qing Yun felt helpless, he was also touched and gratified. It could be seen that Li Mao and Yin Yuan still respected him. After looking at Qing Yun Auction House, Mo Qing Yun did not hesitate and walked directly into the auction house. After entering the auction house, Mo Qing Yun quickly found Li Mao and Yin Yuan under the guard's lead. "Brother Mo, you're back." Li Mao and Yin Yuan were pleasantly surprised to see Mo Qing Yun. They greeted Mo Qing Yun. "Yes." After Mo Qing Yun heard this, he nodded his head and smiled faintly at the two of them. "It seems that the two of you are born to be city lords. Pine Cauldron City is in good order under your management. Brother Mo, you flatter me." Hearing Mo Qing Yun's praise, Li Mao and Yin Yuan felt a little ashamed and said awkwardly, "The reason why we were able to manage Pine Cauldron City so smoothly was mainly because of Senior Savage Beast's deterrence. If it wasn't for Senior Savage Beast's appearance, the two of us wouldn't have been able to manage Pine Cauldron City well." Mo Qing Yun nodded in agreement when he heard Li Mao and the other man's words. Not to mention their ability, merely the cultivation of the two of them was insufficient to deter some experts at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage and above. After that, Mo Qing Yun chatted with Li Mao and Yin Yuan for a while. He asked about the specific situation in Pine Cauldron City and the progress of the few messages he had sent out. After chatting for a while, Mo Qing Yun had a rough idea of what was going on. What disappointed Mo Qing Yun was that no one had provided him with any information about iDemon. "Brotherly, I have some weapons, armors, martial skills, and the like here. Find a chance and get rid of them." After chatting with Li Mao and Yin Yuan for a while, Mo Qing Yun took out a Chinquin bag and threw it to Li Mao. After hearing Mo Qing Yun's words, Li Mao and Yin Yuan opened the Chinquin bag and checked the items inside. After taking a look, the two of them were dumbfounded. The Chinquin bag actually contained close to 10,000 weapons, tens of thousands of armors, and tens of thousands of martial skills and other items. After realizing this, Li Mao and Yin Yuan didn't know what to say. They could only stare at Mo Qing Yun in shock and shock. At this moment, they were undoubtedly wondering if Mo Qing Yun had ransacked the entire 100 countries battlefield. Looking at Yin Yuan and Yin Yuan's expressions, Mo Qing Yun smiled faintly and shook his head. He said, "You can deal with those items later. Now, take me to the auction house." "Okay." After hearing Mo Qing Yun's words, Yin Yuan and Yin Yuan immediately came to their senses and brought Mo Qing Yun to tour the auction house. After a while, Mo Qing Yun and the other two arrived at the auction house. At this moment, a beginner Earth-grade martial skill was being auctioned on the auction stage. Seeing the beginner Earth-grade martial skill appear, the people in the auction house immediately began to compete. In the end, the beginner Earth-grade martial skill was sold for 3 million elemental spirit stones. Compared to the price of the beginner Earth-grade martial skill that Mo Qing Yun had sold in Lianyan City, this one was much cheaper. Perhaps it was because beginner Earth-grade martial skills were more common in the 100 countries battlefield, so its price was relatively lower. After the beginner Earth-grade martial skill was auctioned off, another item was brought up. This item looked quite broken, like a broken map. Its original appearance could no longer be seen. "Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is a map of the ancient ruins." The auctioneer bragged for a long time and exaggerated the map. Finally, he said, "The starting price of this ancient ruins map is 1 million elemental spirit stones. Each increment must be at least 10,000 elemental spirit stones." That map, seeing the map in the auctioneer's hand, Mo Qing Yun's expression immediately changed. He felt a sense of déjà vu. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mo Qing Yun's heart stirred. He knew the origin of this map. This broken map seemed to be together with the map he had obtained before. Immediately, Mo Qing Yun revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He said in surprise, "This map seems to be together with the map I obtained. I didn't expect to see it here." After discovering this, Mo Qingyun immediately made up his mind. He had to obtain this map. You don't need to accompany me. I'm going to the auction house to take a look. After informing Li Mao and Yin Yuan, Mo Qingyun walked into the auction house and found an empty seat to sit down. Okay. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Yin Yuan and Li Mao agreed and left the auction house. I bid 1,200,000 elemental spirit stones. I bid 1,100,000 elemental spirit stones. I bid 1,510,000 elemental spirit stones. When Mo Qingyun walked into the auction house, bids came one after another. It seemed that the auctioneer's deception was quite effective. At this moment, everyone thought that once they obtained this map, they would be able to find the hidden treasure and obtain countless treasures from the hidden treasure. But what they didn't know was that not only was this map incomplete, but from its name, it didn't seem like a hidden treasure. Then, as time passed, the bids gradually slowed down. It seemed that the current price had already surpassed the psychological limit of many people. 5 million elemental spirit stones. At this time, another person opened his mouth and called out a bid. After this person called out a bid, the crowd immediately quieted down. No one spoke up to bid again. If there weren't any accidents, then this map fragment would be won by this person for 5 million elemental spirit stones. However, just as everyone thought that this map fragment would be his, another person called out a bid. 6 million elemental spirit stones. At this moment, the person who called out a bid was Mo Qingyun. As Mo Qingyun called out a bid, the auction house immediately went into an uproar. In everyone's opinion, a price of 5 million elemental spirit stones was already very high. They didn't think that someone would suddenly add another million. For a time, Mo Qingyun became the focal point of the auction house, the focus of everyone's attention. Mo Qingyun didn't pay attention to everyone's gazes. Instead, he faintly smiled and waited for the auctioneer's response. At this time, as Mo Qingyun and the other auctioneers were slamming down their hammers, the person who called out a bid of 5 million elemental spirit stones said with a somewhat unhappy expression, 7 million elemental spirit stones. As this person's words came out, the auction house immediately went into an uproar once more. It was clear that the price of 7 million elemental spirit stones had far surpassed their expectations. 10 million elemental spirit stones. However, at this moment, before the crowd could react, another bid entered their ears. As these words entered their ears, the crowd in the auction hall immediately revealed shocked expressions. What? Did we hear wrong? That person called out a bid of 10 million elemental spirit stones. Is this boy crazy? He called out 10 million elemental spirit stones for a broken map. If it doesn't have any use at all, then wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? This is what a prodigal son is like. He's just trying to attract attention. This sort of boy is the most retarded. Chill. Keep your voice down. No matter how retarded he is, his background isn't weak. He isn't someone we can casually discuss. After seeing Mo Qingyun call out a bid, everyone in the auction house looked at him and began to whisper amongst themselves. Boy, do you know who I am? You dare to compete with me? Seeing Mo Qingyun call out a bid of 10 million, the youth who called out a bid of 7 million immediately had a gloomy complexion. Who you are, does that have anything to do with me? After hearing this youth's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He disdainfully smiled and said, If you don't have the money, then get the hell out of here. Don't affect my auction. Boy, since you want to die, then I'll help you. After saying this, Fantong's complexion darkened. He coldly said, 11 million elemental spirit stones. 15 million elemental spirit stones. Following Fantong's words, Mo Qingyun indifferently called out another bid, as if he didn't care about Fantong's threats at all. 1 million elemental spirit stones. Mo Qingyun's bid had nearly reached the limit of what Fantong could bear. He was unable to increase the price any further. Only 100,000? Hearing Fantong's bid, Mo Qingyun disdainfully smiled and said, 20 million elemental spirit stones. 20 million. As Mo Qingyun's words left his mouth, the auction house immediately began to heat up. A shabby map had actually been sold for 20 million elemental spirit stones. No one had ever imagined this result. Seeing Mo Qingyun call out a bid of 20 million elemental spirit stones, Fan Tong could only give up. This price had already surpassed the scope of his ability. Chapter 299. Mo Qingyun didn't plan to stay any longer after seeing that he had obtained the map fragment. After paying the 20 million elemental spirit stones, he took the map and left the auction house. Kid, you dare to go against me? I'll make you regret being born. Seeing Mo Qingyun leave the auction house, Fan Tong's face turned cold. He also left the auction house and chased after Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun immediately sensed that Fan Tong and the others were tailing him. A playful smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Fan Tong couldn't compete with him and was planning on robbing him. Mo Qingyun didn't take Fan Tong's actions to heart. If Fan Tong really did try to rob him, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. After Mo Qingyun left the auction house, he didn't immediately look for Li Mao and Fan Tong. Instead, he walked around the auction house. Qingyun's auction house wasn't small. In addition to the auction house, there were many counters to sell various items. Most of the items for sale had been given to Li Mao and Mo Qingyun by Mo Qingyun, who had brought them here to sell. It seemed that Li Mao and Fan Tong were quite economical. After casually walking around the auction house, Mo Qingyun prepared to leave and return to the City Lord Mansion. At this moment, Mo Qingyun had just walked out of the auction house when he was blocked by a group of people. The leader of this group was Fan Tong, who had competed with him for the map in the auction house. Kid, you didn't even ask around. Ask me who Fan Tong is, and you dare to go against me. Seeing Mo Qingyun come out, Fan Tong sneered and said arrogantly, "Let me tell you, in Pine Cauldron City, anyone who dares to go against me won't have a good ending. That includes you. Is that so?" Hearing Fan Tong's words, Mo Qingyun smiled playfully. He looked at Fan Tong and said coldly, "Let me tell you, anyone who goes against me in Pine Cauldron City won't be able to stay in Pine Cauldron City. Brat, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Do you think of the City Lord?" Fan Tong looked at Mo Qingyun with disdain. He didn't believe that Mo Qingyun was capable of that. Fan Tong spoke arrogantly to Mo Qingyun, then turned to a guard beside him. "You tell this kid who I am." "Yes, Master Fan Tong." Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's words, a mocking smile appeared on the guard's face. He said arrogantly to Mo Qingyun, "Kid, let me tell you something. Our young Master Fan Tong is the nephew of the vice commander of the city guards. Not only that, he's also the cousin of the city guard captain in the eastern district of Pine Cauldron City." The city guard paused for a moment before continuing. "Now you should know the consequences of obtaining young Master Fan Tong in Pine Cauldron City, right? If that's the case, it's indeed pretty awesome." After hearing the city guard's introduction, the playful smile on Mo Qingyun's face immediately deepened. When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Fan Tong thought that Mo Qingyun was afraid. The smirk on his face deepened. He said to Mo Qingyun, "Kid, if you're afraid, then hand over the map you just bought from the auction. Then kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll let you off this time." Mo Qingyun saw Li Mao and Yin Yuan walking in his direction when Fan Tong's arrogant words were uttered. Beside Li Mao and Yin Yuan was a middle-aged man in armor. Seeing Li Mao and Yin Yuan approach, Mo Qingyun's smirk deepened. He said to Fan Tong, "It's not too late for you to scram now. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." While Mo Qingyun was speaking, Li Mao and the other two had already approached. As soon as Fan Tong saw Li Mao and the others arrive, a smug smile appeared on his face. He looked at Mo Qingyun and sneered, "Kid, you're doomed. My uncle is here." "Uncle?" Hearing Fan Tong's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He knew that the middle-aged man in armor was Fan Tong's uncle. After knowing his identity, Mo Qingyun smirked. He replied to Fan Tong, "It's not me who's doomed. It's you who's doomed. Did you hear that?" This kid said I'm doomed. What a joke. When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Fan Tong laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Young Master Fan Tong, I think this kid is scared out of his wits. Definitely. He must have been scared out of his wits when he saw Captain Fan. Kid, you've already offended young Master Fan Tong. Even if you play dumb, it's useless. That's right. If I were you, I'd kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps young Master Fan Tong would spare your life. At this moment, the city guard beside Fan Tong were smirking arrogantly at Mo Qingyun. At this moment, while the city guards were talking, Li Mao and the other two had already approached. Mayor Li Mao, Mayor Yin Yuan. As soon as the three of them approached, Fan Tong and Li Mao greeted them without waiting for Mo Qingyun to speak. After greeting Li Mao and the other two, Fan Tong walked towards them with a smug look on his face. He said to the armored man, "Uncle, this kid has violated Pine Tripod City's rules. Bring some men to arrest him immediately." Oh! Hearing Fan Tong's words, Li Mao and the other two were shocked. They turned to Mo Qingyun and asked, "Brother Mo, what's going on?" Hearing Li Mao's question, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied, "Just now at the auction house, I bought something. This young Master Fan Tong threatened me and wanted me to hand it over." Mo Qingyun continued. He also said that if I don't cooperate, he'll make it impossible for me to survive in Pine Tripod City. As Mo Qingyun spoke, he maintained a faint smile. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about someone else's business. However, after Li Mao and Yin Yuan heard the whole story, they started to panic. Who was Mo Qingyun? He was the true master of Pine Tripod City, the master of the Pill Palace. Fan Tong dared to provoke him. Was he not courting death? Immediately, Li Mao's face turned cold. He glared at Fan Tong and said, "Fan Tong, is this true?" Seeing Li Mao and Yin Yuan's strange expressions, even if Fan Tong was a fool, he knew something was wrong. In other words, this kid in front of him seemed to have a special relationship with the mayor. He was the mayor's friend. At this moment, this thought popped up in Fan Tong's mind. After hearing this, Fan Tong felt that something was wrong. He had offended the mayor's friend. He was walking straight into the muzzle of a gun. Seeing that Li Mao and Yin Yuan had arrived, Mo Qingyun stopped lingering. He said to Li Mao and Yin Yuan, "Brother Li, Brother Yin, I'll leave this to you. I don't want to see that Fan Tong in Pine Tripod City." After finishing his words, Mo Qingyun did not stay any longer. He stood up and returned to the mayor's mansion. In Mo Qingyun's eyes, Fan Tong was just an insignificant character. He should leave it to Li Mao and Yin Yuan. "Kid, what kind of attitude is this? Is this how you treat the mayor?" Seeing Mo Qingyun's attitude, Fan Tong's expression changed. He began to reprimand Mo Qingyun. After reprimanding Mo Qingyun, Fan Tong put on a flattering smile and said to Li Mao and Yin Yuan, "Mayor Li, Mayor Yin, this kid is too arrogant. You don't have to be too polite to him. Someone as arrogant as him doesn't deserve to be your friend." "Doesn't deserve to be our friend?" Hearing Fan Tong's words, Li Mao and Yin Yuan's faces twitched and darkened. "Fan Tong, shut up!" Li Mao shouted coldly. Fan Tong dared to say such things about Mo Qingyun and even drag them into it. He was trying to get them killed. After reprimanding Fan Tong, Li Mao and Yin Yuan panicked. They hurriedly apologized to Mo Qingyun. "Brother Mo, this is our fault. From now on, we will take good care of Pine Tripod City." The mayor was apologizing to Mo Qingyun. Seeing this, not only were Fan Tong and the others dumbfounded, but even Fan Chongchong was dumbfounded. He could vaguely guess Mo Qingyun's identity. Could he be? Thinking of Mo Qingyun's identity, Fan Chongchong's body began to tremble in fear. If Mo Qingyun was really that person, then he was the true ruler of Pine Tripod City. Fan Tong dared to provoke him. This was like provoking the lion. Without hesitation, Fan Chongchong kicked Fan Tong to the ground in front of Mo Qingyun. He scolded, "Brat, what did I teach you? You should be humble and keep a low profile. Why didn't you listen?" "Great uncle." Seeing Fan Chongchong's abnormal behavior, Fan Tong's face was full of grievances. He wanted to explain, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Fan Changchong. Interrupting Fan Tong, Fan Changchong smiled apologetically and said to Mo Qingyun, "Young Master Mo, it's all my fault for not disciplining him properly. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive him this time. I'll have him kowtow to you and admit his mistake." Mo Qingyun waved his hand in disgust when he saw Fan Changchong's actions. He said coldly, "Let him break his own leg. From today onwards, I don't want to see him in Pine Cauldron City. If I see him, don't blame me for being ruthless." Mo Qingyun smiled faintly. He looked at Fan Tong and said, "Your name is not bad. It's very appropriate." After mocking Fan Tong, Mo Qingyun did not linger. He turned around and returned to the mayor's mansion. After seeing Mo Qingyun walk away, Li Mao and the other two finally relaxed, revealing a trace of relief. Seeing Li Mao and the other two's expressions, Fan Tong was confused. He asked them, "City Lord Li, City Lord Yin, great uncle, what's wrong? Why are you so afraid of that brat?" Slap! Fan Changchong slapped Fan Tong and scolded, "If you don't want to die, be a good boy and shut up. Mayor Li, Mayor Yin, I have to go back and teach that brat a lesson. I'll take my leave." Chapter 300. All right, you may leave first. Hearing Fan Changchong's words, Li Mao and Yin Yuan nodded and gestured for Fan Changchong to leave. "Brotherly, it seems like we have to clean up Pine Cauldron City." After Fan Changchong left, Yin Yuan showed a hint of displeasure and said to Li Mao in a low voice, "Although Brother Mo did not blame us for this incident, we still have to change." "That's right, we do need to clean up." Hearing Yin Yuan's words, Li Mao immediately nodded and agreed with Yin Yuan's idea. After pondering for a while, Li Mao continued, "Because we recruited too many people in a short period of time, the city guard is now a mixed bag of crooks and honest folk. All sorts of people have sneaked in. Now it's time to get rid of those with bad conduct. If that's the case, let's not delay any longer and get to work immediately." Hearing Yin Yuan's words, Li Mao did not want to delay any longer and prepared to carry out the plan immediately. "All right." Yin Yuan nodded and got to work with Li Mao. At the same time, he said, "Not only do we have to get rid of those with bad character, we also have to pay attention to the few things that Brother Mo told us to do." Then, Li Mao and Yin Yuan left the auction house and began to clean up Pine Cauldron City. While Li Mao and Yin Yuan were getting to work, Fan Changchong brought Fan Tong back to his residence. When they returned to their residence, Fan Tong's face was full of resentment. He looked at Fan Changchong and said, "Third uncle, why were you so afraid of that brat? He's just an acquaintance of the two castellans. He's just using their morale to throw his weight around. Only knows the two city lords?" Hearing Fan Tong's words, Fan Changchong's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "What do you know? Do you know who he is? He's just a kid at True Energy Realm Level 6 who is relying on the two city lords to show off. He's just a piece of trash." Hearing Fan Changchong ask about Mo Qingyun's identity, Fan Tong's face was full of disdain. His heart was full of contempt for Mo Qingyun. In his opinion, Mo Qingyun was the same as him, a fox using the tiger's might. However, Mo Qingyun's tiger was more powerful. "Pah!" As soon as Fan Tong finished, Fan Changchong's face darkened. He raised his hand and slapped Fan Tong across the face. "Do you know what bullshit you're talking about? The person you're talking about is yourself. He's the real deal, not you, an idiot who only knows how to pretend to be someone else." After being slapped by Fan Changchong again, Fan Tong immediately looked aggrieved and said indignantly, "I don't believe that a LV6 True Energy Realm brat can be so arrogant." Seeing that Fan Tong still didn't believe him, Fan Changchong revealed a look of reverence and asked Fan Tong, "Do you know the Pill Palace Realm Senior in the City Lord Mansion?" "I do. What's wrong?" When Fan Changchong mentioned the savage beast, Fan Tong was stunned at first. Then, jealousy appeared on his face as he said, "Li Mao and Yin Yuan were able to become the governor of Pine Tripod City because they had the support of this Beast Senior. Then do you know the relationship between this Beast Senior and Mr. Mo? Fan Chongchong asked Fan Tong with a serious face. Hearing Fan Chongchong's question, Fan Tong was puzzled. He guessed, could it be that the brat is the Beast Senior's servant? Servant? Hearing Fan Tong's answer, Fan Chongchong was furious. He raised his hand and slapped Fan Tong again. You idiot. No wonder Mr. Mo said you lived up to your name. You really are a good-for-nothing, an idiot, and a pig's brain. Mr. Mo is the Beast Senior's master. Mr. Mo was the Beast Senior's master. Gulp. Hearing Fan Chongchong's words, Fan Tong's legs turned to jelly. He froze on the spot, his face twitching in fear. The brat he disdained was actually the Pill Palace Realm Master's master. In other words, he was the true master of Pine Tripod City. He had offended such a person. This was simply an old man trying to hang himself. Was he tired of living? Fan Tong panicked at the thought. Third uncle, what should I do now? What if that young Master Mo wants to kill me? You have to save me, third uncle. Fan Tong asked Fan Chongchong. You still know how to be afraid. This means that you're not so arrogant as to think that everyone is beneath you. Seeing Fan Tong's expression, Fan Chongchong's face relaxed a little. After a moment of silence, he said, Mr. Mo didn't kill you just now. This means that he doesn't want to bother with you. As long as you admit your mistake, he won't make things difficult for you. But he told me to break one of my legs. Hearing Fan Chongchong's words, Fan Tong's face twitched. With a pained expression, he begged, Third uncle, can you help me beg Mr. Mo to let me go? You want me to beg Mr. Mo? Hearing Fan Tong's words, Fan Chongchong's expression froze. Then, with a bitter smile, he said, Do you think that with my status, Mr. Mo will give me face? Then what should I do? Do I really have to break one of my legs? Hearing Fan Chongchong's words, Fan Tong immediately became anxious. With a panicked expression, he said, Third uncle, why don't you secretly take me away from Pine Cauldron City? I don't believe that young Master Mo will know whether or not I have a broken leg. No. Hearing Fan Tong's words, Fan Chongchong's face darkened. He stopped Fan Tong's plan and said in a low voice, Didn't you see the notice in the city? He issued a bounty to kill the Du family of the Xia. If he issued a bounty to kill you, do you think you can escape? Then what should I do? Seeing that his idea was stopped by Fan Chongchong, Fan Tong panicked even more. He was like an ant on a hot pan. Don't panic. Let me think of something. Fan Chongchong comforted Fan Tong. Then, he began to think of a way to deal with this. After some thought, Fan Chongchong's expression changed. He had an idea. He said to Fan Tong, Come with me to see Mayor Li Mao and Mayor Yin Yuan. I hope they can help you. Okay. Hearing this, Fan Tong didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately said to Fan Chongchong, Third uncle, quickly take me to see the two mayors. Okay. Fan Chongchong nodded and took Fan Tong to see Yin Yuan and Mayor Li. At the same time, he said to Fan Tong, When you see the two mayors later, be careful. Don't speak carelessly, okay? Yes. Fan Tong's face was tense. His eyes showed anxiety and fear. It seemed that he was really scared. While Fan Chongchong and Fan Tong were looking for Li Mao and Yin Yuan, Mo Qingyun had already returned to the mayor's residence. At this moment, Mo Feiyu and Wang Zishu were still cultivating. Savage Beast, on the other hand, was lying in their courtyard with his eyes half closed. Master, you're back? Seeing Mo Qingyun's arrival, Savage Beast immediately showed respect and greeted Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun nodded. He waved his hand at the Savage Beast and said, There's no need to worry about me. Just continue staying here. After saying this to Savage Beast, Mo Qingyun walked into his room and took out the tattered map he had obtained from the auction house. Cave. After taking out the map, Mo Qingyun saw the word cave written on the gap on the map. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun took out the tattered map he had obtained earlier and pieced them together. Once the two maps were pieced together, it immediately became a complete map that described a dangerous place. Bone-burying demon cave. Looking at the description on the map, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately changed. His previous guess was confirmed. This picture looks a little like an eye demon. After scanning the map, Mo Qingyun discovered that there was a picture of a demon beast at the intersection of the map. It looked a little like in Yuan Dan Realm I Demon. Previously, because the map was tattered, he could only see half of the picture, so he did not pay much attention to it. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun's expression changed to one of surprise. He thought to himself, could it be that there are a lot of demons in this bone-burying demon cave? Looks like I have to make a trip to the bone-burying demon cave. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun had some plans in his mind. He decided to make a trip to the bone-burying demon cave. If it was really as the map said, there would be a large number of demons in the bone-burying demon cave. Then this bone-burying demon cave would be the best place for him to cultivate the heavenly soul demon eye. The bone-burying demon cave is located at the Myriad Beast Cliff. It's completely opposite from the path to the Saber Kingdom. Looks like I can't go there at the same time. Looking at the location of the bone-burying demon cave, described on the map, Mo Qingyun frowned slightly. He was thinking about what to do next. If he took revenge for Mo Feiyu first, then when he went to the Myriad Beast Cliff, it would be a lot longer. If that was the case, it would be too much of a waste of time. Let's go to the bone-burying demon cave first. After a brief hesitation, Mo Qingyun made a decision in his heart. He planned to make a trip to the bone-burying demon cave first. After thinking about this, Mo Qingyun put away the map and thought to himself, I'll wait for Father and the others to finish their cultivation. I'll say goodbye to them, and then head to the Myriad Beast Cliff. After having a clear plan in his heart, Mo Qingyun did not think too much and immediately started cultivating. Now that his cultivation was at the peak of the middle stage of the true energy realm, he could make use of this time to break through to the late stage of the true energy realm. As Mo Qingyun started cultivating, he removed the suppression on the 5 elements spiritual body and cultivated with all his might. As Mo Qingyun cultivated with all his might, the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy immediately gathered towards him. After a while, the heaven and earth origin energy outside Mo Qingyun's body formed a whirlpool and was rapidly sucked into Mo Qingyun's body. As the heaven and earth origin energy was refined, Mo Qingyun's aura became stronger bit by bit. Half a day later, Mo Qingyun, who had been cultivating all this time, opened his eyes with a joyful expression. His cultivation had broken through. Late stage of the true energy realm. Chapter 301. Mayor Li, Mayor Yan. While Mo Qingyun was cultivating, Fan Chengchong brought Fan Tong to Li Mao and Yin Yuan. He smiled awkwardly at them and greeted them. Seeing Fan Chengchong and Fan Tong arrive, Li Mao and Yin Yuan glared at Fan Tong in disgust. They asked Fan Chengchong unhappily, Commander Fan, why are you looking for us? Mayors, it's like this. Fan Chengchong looked embarrassed when he heard Li Mao and Yin Yuan's tone. He smiled awkwardly and said, Tong is young and impetuous. He offended Mr. Mo before, and now he knows that he was wrong. I wonder if you could plead with Mr. Mo on his behalf so that Tong won't be punished with a broken leg. You want us to plead for him? Li Mao and Yin Yuan's expressions changed when they heard Fan Chengchong's request. They were surprised by it. After a brief moment of surprise, Li Mao looked at Fan Tong coldly and said, I can't help you with this. Mayor Li, Fan Chengchong smiled bitterly when he heard Li Mao's blunt words. He looked at Yin Yuan and said, Mayor Yin, you see, Commander Fan, I'm sure you know Mr. Mo's true identity. Yin Yuan took a moment to organize his words when he saw Fan Chengchong's expression. He looked troubled and said, if that's the case, then you should know that we're just helping him take care of the city. We have no right to ask about his affairs. But you're both people he trusts. Can't you? Fan Chengchong was unwilling to give up when he heard Yin Yuan and Yin Yuan's refusal. He tried to persuade Yin Yuan again. But before he could finish, Yin Yuan raised a hand and interrupted him. Commander Fan, it seems like you still don't understand. It's because Mr. Mo trusts us that we can't plead for Fan Tong. After interrupting Fan Chengchong, Yin Yuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, We already feel guilty towards Emo Qingyun after what happened. If we continue to plead for leniency, it will only backfire. Therefore, we really can't help you with this matter. In my opinion, in order to appease Mr. Mo as soon as possible, you should take Fan Tong to Mr. Mo and accept your punishment, Yin Yuan added. Thank you for your guidance, City Lord Yin. This subordinate understands. Hearing Yin Yuan's words, Fan Changchang didn't say anything else. He knew what to do. Immediately, Fan Changchang's expression turned serious. He said to Fan Tong coldly, "Come with me to the mayor's residence. Take the initiative to accept Mr. Mo's punishment." Third uncle, no, I don't want to break my leg and become a cripple. Upon hearing Fan Changchang's words, Fan Tong's face turned bitter and he began to plead with Fan Changchang. Seeing Fan Tong's expression, Fan Changchang looked at him with disappointment. He said earnestly, "You little brat, you're lucky to be able to keep your life with a broken leg." Fan Changchang sighed inwardly. He said, "After this lesson, you should keep a low profile in the future. In this world, there's always someone better than you. There are many people you can't afford to offend." After hearing Fan Changchang's words, Fan Tong fell silent. His expression was dispirited as he followed Fan Changchang to the mayor's residence. A moment later, Fan Changchang and Fan Tong arrived at the mayor's residence. After arriving at the mayor's residence, Fan Changchang asked the guard to pass the message. He didn't rush in directly with Fan Tong. Kneel down and wait for Mr. Mo to come out. After giving the order to the guard, Fan Changchang patted Fan Tong on the shoulder and had him kneel in front of the mayor's residence to await Emo Qingyun's punishment. After about 2 hours, Emo Qingyun slowly walked out. Emo Qingyun walked out of the mayor's residence. He was surprised to see Fan Tong kneeling on the ground and Fan Changchang standing beside him. He was surprised by their arrival. After a short moment of surprise, Emo Qingyun understood why Fan Changchang and Fan Tong were here. They were here to kowtow and beg for mercy. Seeing Emo Qingyun approaching, Fan Changchang immediately sighed. He said sincerely to Emo Qingyun, "Mr. Mo, Tong knows he was wrong. He's willing to accept your punishment." After hearing Fan Changchang's words, Emo Qingyun looked at Fan Tong coldly. He said in a low voice, "Let him break his leg and get out of Pine Tripod City. Then I'll let this matter rest." After Emo Qingyun finished speaking, he ignored Fan Changchang and Fan Tong and walked towards the mayor's residence. Yes. After hearing Emo Qingyun's words, Fan Changchang's expression changed. He said coldly to Fan Tong, "Did you hear what Mr. Mo said? What are you waiting for?" Third uncle, no. After hearing Fan Changchang's words, Fan Tong shook his head in fear. It took a lot of courage and determination to break one's leg and become a cripple. It seemed that Fan Tong couldn't do it. Seeing Fan Tong's reaction, Fan Changchang's face darkened. He roared, "You brat, don't be so ungrateful. Mr. Mo told you to break your leg because he didn't want to bother with you. Do you really think you have a choice now? If you don't want to, I'll do it for you." Fan Changchang shouted angrily. He raised his hand and slashed at Fan Tong's left leg, severing it in one fell swoop. After his left leg was chopped off, Fan Tong screamed and fainted from the pain. Looking at the unconscious Fan Tong, Fan Changchang showed a trace of heartache. He helped him up and said in a deep voice, "Brat, remember this lesson. Don't be too arrogant in the future. In the 100 countries battlefield, our Fan clan can't protect you." Third uncle had no choice but to do this. After saying this to Fan Tong and Fan Changchang, Emo Qingyun returned to the courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Emo Qingyun saw that Emo Fiyu and Wang Zishu were still cultivating. He frowned and thought to himself, "Dad and Zishu are still cultivating. If that's the case, I'll give this to Savage Beast. When they're done cultivating, I'll have Savage Beast give it to them. Perfect, I can use this time to go to the demon burying cave." After thinking this, Emo Qingyun didn't hesitate and walked towards Savage Beast. "Savage Beast, here are some alchemy materials. When Zishu is done cultivating, give them to her. Mo Qingyun took out a Chinquan bag and threw it to Savage Beast. Then he took out another Chinquan bag and said, "There are some pills in here. When my dad is done cultivating, give them to him. Also, if they ask about me, tell them that I'm going out to train." "Yes, young lord." This subordinate understands. Hearing Mo Qingyun's instructions, Savage Beast nodded and put away the two Chinquan bags. After that, Mo Qingyun gave some instructions to Savage Beast and left Pine Cauldron City. After leaving Pine Cauldron City, Mo Qingyun rushed towards the Cliff of Myriad Beasts. The Cliff of Myriad Beasts was very far from Pine Cauldron City. Mo Qingyun estimated that if he rushed at full speed, he should be able to reach the Cliff of Myriad Beasts in half a month. 9 temples. Do you know a place called the Bone-Burying Demon Cave? On the way to the Cliff of Myriad Beasts, Mo Qingyun asked the 9 temples. Bone-Burying Demon Cave? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the 9 temples pondered for a moment. Then he said in shock, Could it be that guy's cave dwelling? From the 9 temples' tone, Mo Qingyun could tell that the 9 temples were very afraid of the owner of the bone-burying demon cave. Hearing the 9 temples' words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He asked curiously, "Whose cave dwelling?" "The Ghost Witch Star General." The 9 temples said in a heavy tone. After calming himself down, the 9 temples continued. "The Ghost Witch Star General is a very abnormal guy. Although he is not very strong, he can summon many powerful ghosts. His strength is very abnormal." "Summon ghosts?" Hearing the 9 temples' words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He was a little surprised and interested in the Ghost Witch Star General's methods. Just as Mo Qingyun was feeling curious, the 9 temples said excitedly, "Master, do you know the location of the Ghost Witch Star General's cave dwelling? I obtained an ancient map. It seems to describe the location of the Ghost Witch Star General's cave dwelling." Hearing the 9 temples' question, Mo Qingyun did not hide and replied calmly. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the 9 temples became even more excited. He said in a surprised tone, "Master, when you go to the Ghost Witch Star General's cave dwelling, there is something you must pay attention to. If you find it, you must obtain it." "What is it?" Mo Qingyun asked curiously after hearing this. "The reincarnation corpse grass." The 9 temples' tone was a little excited. He explained to Mo Qingyun, "The reincarnation corpse grass is born from the corpse chi of countless corpses. If you refine the reincarnation corpse grass, it will be as if you have fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. It will give you the opportunity to gain enlightenment and increase your understanding of the mysteries, powers, and other powers. In addition, it is also the main ingredient in refining the reincarnation corpse pill. There is such a spirit herb." Hearing the 9 temples' explanation, Mo Qingyun immediately felt a strong sense of anticipation towards the reincarnation corpse grass. "If that's the case, I must pay attention to the reincarnation corpse grass." Mo Qingyun clenched his fists. He secretly made up his mind. If he found the reincarnation corpse grass, he must obtain it. Next, Mo Qingyun talked with the 9 temples for a while and asked about the Burying Bones Demon Cave. In the following days, Mo Qingyun continued to talk with the 9 temples. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After half a month of continuous travel, Mo Qingyun finally arrived at the city of Beastmen. At this moment, there were many people in the city of Beastmen. It seemed that they were going to try their luck at the Burying Bones Demon Cave. Mo Qingyun did not pay attention to the behavior of these people in front of him. He walked straight into the city of Beastmen. Walking into the city of Longevity, Mo Qingyun found an inn to stay in. He planned to learn more about the Burying Bones Demon Cave before heading there. Of course, the most important thing was that in this half a month of travel, Mo Qingyun's cultivation had reached the peak of the true energy realm level 6. He wanted to break through to the 7th level of the true energy realm before entering the Burying Bones Devil Cave. Once his cultivation base broke through to the 7th level of the true energy realm, his strength would increase tremendously. Chapter 302. Dream Return In. After entering the city of Beastmen, Mo Qingyun walked into the inn and booked a room with the waiter. There were enough rooms in the Dream Return Inn, so nothing like what had happened in Cloud Pill City happened. After booking the room, Mo Qingyun entered the room and began to cultivate and break through his cultivation level. In order to prevent others from disturbing him during his cultivation, Yi Shiwen entered the room. After Mo Qingyun entered the room, his body flashed, and he entered He Xian Palace. At this moment, in He Xian Palace, the clone was still refining the bloodthirsty purple nightgrass. It had already refined 1/3 of the bloodthirsty purple nightgrass. As for the clone's cultivation level, it had increased to True Energy Realm Level 3. At this rate, it would not be long before the clone's cultivation level would be the same as Mo Qingyun's. At the thought that the clone would be affected by the cultivation level of the original body, Mo Qingyun frowned and thought to himself, it would be best if the clone did not have such a cultivation level restriction. As soon as this thought appeared, Mo Qingyun decided to study it in the future. However, the most important thing for him now was to break through to True Energy Realm Level 7. With this thought in mind, Mo Qingyun cast aside all distracting thoughts and focused his mind on cultivating. Then, Mo Qingyun began to compress the origin energy in his body and prepared to break through the cultivation level barrier. After a few hours, under Mo Qingyun's continuous compressing, the origin energy in his body was finally compressed to the extreme. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately began to break through his cultivation level. Pucci. Under Mo Qingyun's control of the origin energy, the cultivation level barrier was forcefully broken through like a thin piece of paper. As the cultivation level barrier was broken through, Mo Qingyun's aura suddenly rose and entered True Energy Realm Level 7. True Energy Realm Level 7. Seeing that his cultivation level had entered the advanced True Energy Realm, Mo Qingyun was overjoyed and began to cultivate again to stabilize his cultivation level. After a few hours, Mo Qingyun stopped cultivating and stood up with a faint smile on his face. My cultivation level has broken through to True Energy Realm Level 7. It's time to go to the bone-burying devil cave. Then, Mo Qingyun's body moved and returned to the guest room from He Xian Palace. After returning to the guest room, Mo Qingyun did not stay any longer and stood up and walked out of the room. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun walked out of the guest room, he heard the conversation of the people in the inn. Have you heard? The three-eyed demon king is going to the bone-burying devil cave. It seems like the three-eyed demon monarch killed a 5th-level origin core stage expert in the city of Beastmen before he headed to the Boneyard Cave. How is this possible? Didn't he just break through to the Yuan Dan stage a few days ago? What do you know? What he obtained is an ancient inheritance. Cultivating is like eating a powerful pill. How can it be the same? That's true. When Mo Qingyun went downstairs and walked to the counter, he heard the conversation of the people in the inn. Han Yang can actually kill a 5th-level Yuan Dan. Mo Qingyun's expression froze when he heard the conversation of the people in the inn. He was surprised by the news. It seemed like he had underestimated Han Yang's inheritance. Han Yang might be a formidable opponent in the future. It seems like we made the wrong decision to let Han Yang go in the 5-direction pavilion that day. Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and sighed in his heart. However, he did not care too much about it. This was a matter of luck. Since Han Yang had such a fortuitous encounter, it meant that he was not destined to die in the 5-direction pavilion. After leaving the inn, Mo Qingyun stood up and headed to the bone-burying devil cave. The bone-burying devil cave was not very far from the city of Beastmen. After an hour, Mo Qingyun arrived at the outer area of the bone-burying devil cave. What entered his eyes was a mountain range with no end in sight. There were caves on every mountain that looked like the caves of demonic beasts. Mo Qingyun glanced to the mountain range in front of him and no longer hesitated. He stood up and walked into the depths of the bone-burying devil cave. As Mo Qingyun walked deeper into the bone-burying devil cave, the number of white bones on the ground increased. When he stepped on the white bones, it immediately made a crisp sound. His heart palpitated when he heard it. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun continued to walk, a white mist suddenly emerged from the pile of white bones in front of him. Creak, creak, creak. Then, the pile of white bones made a crisp sound, and a white figure slowly emerged from it. The white figure was completely formed by bones. At first glance, it looked like the skeleton of a wild wolf. However, the aura of the wolf-shaped demonic beast was not weak. It was at the 4th level Yuan Dan stage. A 4th level Yuan Dan stage skeleton demonic beast. When he saw this, Mo Qingyun immediately frowned. A sense of surprise rose in his heart. There was actually such an existence. Fortunately, the consciousness of this skeleton was not strong. Other than the fact that it was at the 4th level Yuan Dan stage, it was basically no different from a walking corpse. Therefore, it was not too difficult to deal with it. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun was sizing up the wolf-shaped demonic beast, the wolf-shaped demonic beast had already pounced on him, waving its silver wolf claws. As the wolf claws pounced, it left behind a streak of silver light and emitted a shocking aura. Mysterious ice saber. Faced with the attack of the wolf-shaped demonic beast, Mo Qingyun did not dare to hesitate. He immediately took out the red silk saber and slashed at the wolf-shaped demonic beast. Clang! When the red silk saber collided with the wolf claws, it immediately made a crisp sound and set off an origin energy storm. As soon as the origin energy storm appeared, Mo Qingyun was forced to retreat continuously. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil. Fortunately, he had cultivated the body refining martial skill, golden jade true body, which made his physique much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would have been crippled by this collision and would have ended up in a half-crippled state. As for the wolf-shaped demonic beast, after being hit by Mo Qingyun's saber, it was not injured at all. There was almost no mark left on its wolf claws. After seeing this, Mo Qingyun's frown deepened. At the same time, Mo Qingyun's mind was also rapidly pondering. He thought to himself, "It seems like I can't fight it head-on. I have to use other methods." After thinking for a short while, Mo Qingyun immediately had an idea in his mind. He smiled and said, "Although this wolf-shaped demonic beast skeleton is strong, its soul is weak. If I can destroy its soul, I can easily kill it." Soul light. After thinking about this, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate anymore. He immediately released a soul light and blasted it at the wolf-shaped demonic beast. As soon as the soul light was released, it blasted into the top of the head of the wolf-shaped demonic beast and scattered the soul fire in its head. As the soul fire was scattered, the wolf-shaped demonic beast whimpered and fell to the ground. Its body fell apart. It really works. Seeing that the soul light killed the wolf-shaped demonic beast in one blow, Mo Qingyun's face immediately lit up with joy and excitement. In this way, it would be much easier for him to deal with the next skeleton demonic beast. Then, Mo Qingyun rushed into the bone-burying devil cave. Along the way, all the skeleton demonic beasts he encountered were killed by his soul light. At this moment, Mo Qingyun's soul light had become the nemesis of the skeleton demonic beasts. It was as if it was specially prepared to deal with them. However, although Mo Qingyun's soul light could easily kill the skeleton demonic beasts, Mo Qingyun did not dare to use it recklessly. After all, using the soul light consumed too much of his soul power. After a few hours, Mo Qingyun finally arrived in front of the bone-burying devil cave. At this moment, there were many people standing outside the bone-burying devil cave. The leader of these people was a young man with 3 eyes. At this moment, the 3-eyed youth had a cold expression on his face as he stared into the cave. Dong, dong, dong. While everyone was staring at the bone-burying devil cave, the ground suddenly shook and a terrifying aura came from within the cave. This aura was actually comparable to the Pill Palace. After a while, the owner of this aura appeared in front of everyone. This was a skeleton demonic beast that looked like an ancient alligator. Its pair of eyes shone with a terrifying red light. Roar! The skeleton demonic beast stared at the crowd and roared. It emitted a terrifying aura and said coldly, "Those who trespass the bone-burying devil cave die. Everyone, if you want to enter the bone-burying devil cave, you have to kill this skeleton demonic beast first." Looking coldly at the skeleton demonic beast, the three-eyed youth said to the crowd, "I hope that at this moment we can all attack together and kill this skeleton demonic beast. Otherwise, none of us will be able to enter the bone-burying devil cave." At this moment, as soon as the three-eyed youth finished speaking, the surrounding people immediately responded. The three-eyed demon lord is right. Only if we work together can we kill this ancient alligator. That's right. The ancient alligator is not stupid. We can't enter the bone-burying devil cave. Then what are we waiting for? Before the skeleton demonic beast makes its move, let's attack first and catch it off guard. That's right. Once the alligator makes its move, we will be in a passive position. As soon as Hun Yang finished speaking, the surrounding people immediately responded and attacked the skeleton demonic beast. Looking at the crowd's actions, Imo Qingyun frowned and wondered if he should join in. After a short moment of silence, Imo Qingyun decided to join in the attack. "The Purple Eye, I didn't expect you to be here too." However, just as Imo Qingyun was about to make his move, Hun Yang, who was not far away, looked at him with a gloomy face and said coldly, "Dark Light Thunderwolf." After Hun Yang said coldly, he directly attacked Imo Qingyun. A silver light shot out from his third eye. As soon as the silver light appeared, it turned into the shadow of a thunder wolf and pounced on Imo Qingyun. His eyes, seeing Hun Yang attack, Imo Qingyun's expression changed and revealed a trace of shock. While Imo Qingyun was shocked, he also revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and said excitedly, "So the eyes can be used like this." Chapter 303. Yuanli Eye Light. While he was pleasantly surprised, Imo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately counterattacked, following which a ray of red light flashed across his right eye and shot out a ray of red light. As soon as the ray of red light appeared, it shot towards the Thunderwolf shadow at an extremely fast speed and violently collided with it. Crack, crack, crack. The ray of red light hit the Thunderwolf shadow, and a crisp sound came from the Thunderwolf's body. Following which, cracks began to appear on the Thunderwolf shadow's body like broken glass. After the Yuanli Eye light shattered the Thunderwolf shadow, it also began to slowly dissipate and finally disappeared from the world. In this exchange of blows, Hun Yang and Imo Qingyun were on par. "You do have some skills." Hun Yang seemed to have expected that his attack would be easily neutralized by Imo Qingyun. "The Purple Eye, you didn't think that I would have such a fortuitous encounter, did you?" Coldly glancing at Imo Qingyun, Hun Yang revealed a cold smile and said proudly, "The inheritance I obtained is much stronger than yours. What do you think? Are you envious?" Ha! When he said this, Hun Yang's face was filled with pride, as if he was a villain intoxicated by success. "It really surprised me. I didn't think that you, who was like a stray dog that day, would have such a fortuitous encounter." Looking at Hun Yang's proud expression, Imo Qingyun's face was indifferent and his tone was calm as he said, "However, even if a stray dog has a fortuitous encounter, he is still a stray dog. At most, he is a little more powerful. What's the point of showing off? Today, we still don't know who is the stray dog." In response to Imo Qingyun's mocking words, Hun Yang was not angry. Instead, he became even more proud and said with a cold smile, "If you didn't force me to leave the Five-Direction Palace, I wouldn't have obtained the inheritance of the Three-Eyed Evil Palace. To be honest, I have to thank you for all of this." Hun Yang smiled proudly before he continued, "Are you regretting that you didn't kill me that day? However, it's too late to regret now. You won't have that chance again." "That's not necessarily true." Imo Qingyun shook his head and smiled nonchalantly, saying in a calm tone, "In my opinion, whether or not you have obtained the inheritance of the Three-Eyed Evil Palace is not a cause for concern." Shameless boasting. Hun Yang's face sank when he heard Mo Qingyun's words. His tone was cold as he said, "Since that's the case, let me, the three-eyed demon monarch, meet you, the purple eye. Let's see who is the real demon monarch." Demonic ghost slash after Han Yang finished speaking. He no longer hesitated and immediately attacked Mo Qingyun. Then, a dark light appeared in his third eye, and it emitted a cold aura. Then, a black light shot out from his eye and turned into a sharp blade light, slashing towards Mo Qingyun. Seeing Han Yang attack, Mo Qingyun immediately frowned. He was thinking about how to use Han Yang's martial skill, Yuanli Eye Light. While studying Han Yang's martial skill, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately released a ray of eye light. Mo Qingyun shot out the eye light and released a ray of soul power. He used on the eye light and tried to make it change its form. However, the effect was not complete. Under his control, the Yuanli Eye Light did not change at all. Bang! After the Yuanli Eye Light and the demonic ghost blade light collided, a muffled sound immediately rang out and exploded in the air. At the same time, a shocking wave of Yuanli quickly spread to the surroundings. Seeing this, Han Yang showed some disdain and sneered, "The purple eye, your eye attack seems to be very simple. How about I teach you how to use the eye secret technique?" Eye secret technique. After hearing Han Yang's words, Mo Qingyun frowned and felt surprised. It seemed that Han Yang's inheritance was very complete. Not only did he obtain the three-eyed demon clan's bloodline inheritance, but he also obtained their martial skill inheritance. Mysterious Thunder Ice Fiend. While Mo Qingyun was shocked, Han Yang attacked him again and shot out another ray of eye light. When this ray of eye light shot out, it turned into a ray of Ice Thunder Sword Chi and shot towards him. Seeing Han Yang attack again, Mo Qingyun frowned and released his soul strength to sense Han Yang's attack. After sensing for a while, Mo Qingyun understood and comprehended the eye secret technique a little more. Immediately after, when Mo Qingyun attacked, his Yuanli Eye Light changed slightly. Of course, this change was so small that it was not easy to notice. "It's working." Seeing the change in his Yuanli Eye Light, Mo Qingyun's face immediately lit up with joy. He had an idea in his mind and thought to himself, "If I continue to observe Han Yang's attacks, maybe I can copy the eye secret technique he uses." As soon as this idea appeared, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately began to fight with Han Yang. As he continued to fight with Han Yang, Mo Qingyun's familiarity with the eye secret technique increased rapidly. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun immediately became excited and began to attack Han Yang more frequently. When Han Yang saw Mo Qingyun attack, he revealed a disdainful expression and laughed mockingly. "The purple eye, you only have this move after all this time. How disappointing. Why don't you kneel down and ask me for advice? Maybe I'll consider teaching you a move." Mo Qingyun did not pay attention to Han Yang's words. He was completely immersed in deciphering Han Yang's eye secret technique. At this moment, as he continued to fight with Han Yang, Mo Qingyun finally had some understanding of the eye secret technique. Eye Blade Light. Soon after, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and began to test out Han Yang's attack. At this moment, Mo Qingyun's origin power shot out and turned into a blade light. It emitted a fierce aura and blasted towards Han Yang. Pucci. However, the power of Mo Qingyun's eye blade light was still a little too weak. When it collided with Han Yang's eye secret technique, it was instantly defeated. Even so, Han Yang was shocked when he saw Mo Qingyun's attack. Mo Qingyun's attack just now clearly had some traces of the eye secret technique. Although it was still very unfamiliar, it was already in its embryonic form. As long as Mo Qingyun continued to practice, perhaps Mo Qingyun could really comprehend the eye secret technique. How is this possible? How can you also know the eye secret technique? When he thought of this, Han Yang was shocked and looked at Mo Qingyun in disbelief. He could not accept what had just happened. Seeing Han Yang's shocked expression, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied, "Of course I have to thank you. If you didn't become my instructor and let me watch you attack again and again, how could I have familiarized myself with the eye's secret technique so quickly? You were secretly learning from me just now? When he heard Mo Qingyun's reply, Han Yang's face immediately turned ugly. He could not accept this result. He had actually been tricked by that brat Mo Qingyun again. Unknowingly, Mo Qingyun had secretly learned from him. Han Yang was infuriated when he thought of this. Anger, grievance, and annoyance rose in his heart. This time, he had shot himself in the foot. If he had not flaunted the eye's secret technique, Mo Qingyun would not have had the opportunity to observe and comprehend it. Today's battle ends here. Once I have completely mastered the eye's secret technique, I will come back to thank you for your guidance. While Han Yang was in a rage, Mo Qingyun threw down these words and did not stay any longer. His body flashed, and he directly fled into the distance. At this moment, Mo Qingyun chose to leave for two reasons. On one hand, he wanted to find a place to fully digest what he had just comprehended and completely master the eye's secret technique. On the other hand, although he had only fought for a short time with Han Yang, the origin energy in his body had been depleted to a limit. He could not maintain it any longer. If he continued to fight, he would fall into a passive state and possibly die at the hands of Han Yang. This was not an outcome that Mo Qingyun wanted to see. Therefore, he chose to stop while he was ahead. The purple eye, you won't be able to escape. When he saw that Mo Qingyun was about to leave after stealing the eye's secret technique, Han Yang was immediately enraged. He roared at Mo Qingyun with a ferocious expression. After uttering these angry words, Han Yang's expression darkened. He prepared to chase after Mo Qingyun. Roar! However, just as Han Yang was about to attack, the skeletal crocodile suddenly went berserk and attacked the people around it. As the skeletal crocodile went berserk, the scene immediately became chaotic. After seeing this scene, Han Yang did not chase after Mo Qingyun. He could not leave the people of the Soul Kingdom alone. Immediately, Han Yang revealed an unwilling expression. He gave up chasing after Mo Qingyun and joined the team that was killing the skeletal crocodile. With the addition of Han Yang, the skeletal crocodile suddenly became active. Under Han Yang's secret technique, it was repeatedly injured. Following this, the originally chaotic scene gradually stabilized. At this moment, while Han Yang and the rest were suppressing the skeletal crocodile, Mo Qingyun had already arrived at a secluded place. After arriving here, Mo Qingyun did not think too much. He immediately began to cultivate and recover the elemental energy that he had consumed. While Mo Qingyun was cultivating, he removed the suppression of the 5 elements spirit body and absorbed the surrounding elemental energy with all his might. After an hour, Mo Qingyun stopped cultivating. The elemental energy that he had consumed in his body had been completely recovered. This was the perverse part of the 5 elements spirit body. The elemental energy recovery speed was extremely fast, if not for the fact that he had consumed too much earlier. Mo Qingyun's elemental energy would not have been exhausted. After recovering his elemental energy, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He began to recall the battle between him and Han Yang. As he began to recall the battle, Mo Qingyun's understanding of the eye's secret technique gradually increased. Eye blade gleam. Immediately, Mo Qingyun began to try to display the eye blade gleam that he had comprehended. Under Mo Qingyun's urging, a red glow immediately appeared in his right eye, and a red blade gleam blasted out. However, this red blade gleam was still not powerful enough. It was barely able to achieve the embryonic form of the eye blade gleam. Mo Qingyun still had a long way to go before he could truly reach the level of Han Yang and fully display the power of the eye's secret technique. However, Mo Qingyun did not give up just like that. Only with resistance would there be motivation. Following this, Mo Qingyun began to patiently practice the eye blade gleam over and over again. Every time, Mo Qingyun would stop until the elemental energy in his body was exhausted. Then, he would cultivate and recover his elemental energy. Chapter 304. Just like that, Mo Qingyun practiced tirelessly for 3 consecutive days. After these 3 days of practice, Mo Qingyun's understanding of the ocular secret skill had reached a deeper level. At the same time, a doubt arose in his heart. He realized that he seemed to have walked into a wrong place. From the second day onwards, no matter how he practiced, the power of his ocular lightsaber did not increase. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun stopped practicing and began to ponder in his heart. Did I go in the wrong direction? Mo Qingyun frowned and was puzzled. He thought to himself, otherwise, my understanding of the ocular secret skill would not have remained stagnant since the second day. After this thought appeared, Mo Qingyun began to ponder. After pondering for a while, Mo Qingyun suddenly had a bold idea. If I combine the ocular lightsaber with my ocular lightsaber, will it achieve the effect of the ocular secret skill? As soon as this idea appeared, Mo Qingyun's eyes lit up. He felt that this idea was worth a try. Immediately, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately began to try. The Fire Dragon Seal is easier to learn. Let's start with the Fire Dragon Seal. After pondering for a while, Mo Qingyun chose the ocular secret skill in his heart and began to try it out. Condense. After shooting out a ray of ocular lightsaber, Mo Qingyun controlled the ocular lightsaber to condense it into a battle seal. In the end, he failed. Not to mention condensing the battle seal, the ocular lightsaber did not even condense the embryonic form of the battle seal. It could be said that the effect of this attempt was not as good as the ocular lightsaber. Although the first attempt ended in failure 2 times, Mo Qingyun did not give up. Again, after adjusting his mentality, Mo Qingyun began to practice again. Then, Mo Qingyun began to practice again and again patiently. However, after every practice, Mo Qingyun would analyze it, reflect on it, improve it, and finally improve it. 3 days later, Mo Qingyun still hadn't made any progress. However, although there had been no progress in the past 3 days, Mo Qingyun had found many reasons for the failure. From the looks of it, I seem to have made another mistake. Mo Qingyun had a pensive look on his face as he wondered where he had gone wrong. After pondering for a while, Mo Qingyun's eyes lit up again as a bold idea popped up in his mind. Is it possible for me to condense the form of the martial skill in my eyes before executing it? As soon as this idea appeared, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately began to verify it. Then, Mo Qingyun began to condense the Fire Dragon Battle Seal in his eyes. A light battle seal. After a while, a red glow appeared in Mo Qingyun's right eye. Then a mini version of the Fire Dragon Battle Seal shot out from his right eye. As soon as the Fire Dragon Battle Seal shot out, it emitted a shocking flame energy like a small fire dragon. It's done. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingyun's face immediately became wild with joy, and he became extremely excited. He had succeeded. He had really succeeded. His guess was right. Seeing that the Fire Dragon Battle Seal was a success, Missouri Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately tried the sun-incinerating mountain-splitting saber. I light saber light. Then, a red glow flashed in Mo Qingyun's right eye again. Then, a shocking saber light shot out from his eyes. As soon as this saber light appeared, it also emitted a terrifying aura and a shocking flame energy. The eye light saber light was also a success. This meant that Mo Qingyun had really found the way to the eye secret skill. Although it was different from Hun Yang's eye secret skill, his was a different path and also had the power of the eye secret skill. Not only that, at this moment, Mo Qingyun had a feeling that he had understood everything. Seeing that the Yuan Energy Eye Light martial skill had been successfully integrated, Mo Qingyun wondered if the Soul Eye Light could be integrated with the Soul Secret skill. With this thought, Mo Qingyun began to try. First, he condensed a Soul Battle Seal in his left eye and then attacked others. I Light Soul Seal. As Mo Qingyun began to try, a silver glow flashed in his left eye, and an I Light Soul Seal shot out. At this moment, the power of this I Light Soul Seal was not any weaker than an ordinary Soul Battle Seal. In comparison, the attack was even more strange. After successfully integrating the Soul I Light martial skill with the Soul Secret skill, Mo Qingyun's thinking took a big leap again. Perhaps the I Light martial skill could be integrated with the formation and evolved into I Light formation. In this way, the power of his formation's attack would be infinitely stronger. Who could guard against a formation that could be formed in the blink of an eye? As soon as this thought appeared, Mo Qingyun's heartbeat sped up. He could not wait to test it out. This was a great challenge. Once he succeeded, his strength would increase tenfold or even hundredfold. Then, Mo Qingyun combined the formation and the I Light martial skill, just like the I Light martial skill and the Soul Secret skill. However, after trying for a while, Mo Qingyun gave up. The difficulty of creating a formation in his eyes was too high, and it was too taxing on his mind. Just drawing a few formation runes consumed more than half of his soul power. It was too much for him. If he were to draw a complete formation, he would be exhausted to death. This was not something he could do now. However, although his attempt failed, Mo Qingyun did not give up. Judging from the situation just now, although he did not succeed, it did not mean that he failed. It was just that his cultivation was not high enough. If his cultivation increased, it might be possible to succeed. Then, Mo Qingyun thought that perhaps he could give it another try when his cultivation level increased in the future. Seeing that the I Light formation had failed, Mo Qingyun put his mind back on the I Light martial skill and the Soul Secret skill. Although the I Light formation has failed, can I integrate the ultimacy into the I Light martial skill? Mo Qingyun thought to himself. He integrated the power of ultimacy into the I Light martial skill and the Soul Secret skill before performing them. Then, Mo Qingyun started to practice to see if his idea was feasible. Soon he got the answer. It was feasible. Seeing that he could integrate the ultimacy into the I Light martial skill and the Soul Secret skill, Mo Qingyun became excited again. This was because when he fought with Hun Yang did not integrate the power of ultimacy into the I Light martial skill. In other words, he had already surpassed Hun Yang in terms of the use of the I Light. Since the power of ultimacy is feasible, seeing that he had successfully integrated the power of ultimacy, Mo Qingyun had another doubt. Then, it should not be a problem to integrate the blade force into the I Light. Then, he tried to practice. The result was no surprise. He succeeded again. Now that the use of the I Light has been developed to the extreme, this cultivation should be enough. Seeing that he had developed the use of the I Light to the extreme, Mo Qingyun did not plan to continue cultivating. He decided to return to the bone-burying devil cave. The next time I fight with Hun Yang, his expression should be more interesting. When he thought about the situation when he fought with Hun Yang again, Mo Qingyun smiled with anticipation. He thought to himself, I wonder if Hun Yang and the others killed the skeletal crocodile. If Hun Yang and the others killed the skeletal crocodile and entered the bone-burying devil cave first, wouldn't I have to take the initiative? Although I missed the opportunity, it was worth it for me to be able to improve the use of the I Light to this extent. When he thought about the benefits of his cultivation this time, Mo Qingyun became excited. He no longer worried about his gains and losses. Bang! 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 At that moment, when Mo Qingyun was approaching the bone-burying devil cave, a series of terrifying footsteps came from the entrance of the bone-burying devil cave. Could it be that they still haven't finished off the skeletal crocodile? When he realized this, Mo Qingyun's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but guess. Then, Mo Qingyun quickened his pace and quickly rushed towards the bone-burying devil cave. Not long after, Mo Qingyun arrived outside the bone-burying devil cave. The scene in front of him was imprinted into his eyes. He saw Hun Yang and the others fighting with a skeletal serpent dragon. The strength of this skeletal serpent dragon was even more terrifying than the skeletal crocodile from before. Facing the attacks of the skeletal serpent dragon, Hun Yang and the others were forced to retreat one after another. They all looked extremely miserable. If it weren't for the fact that they had enough people, they would have been wiped out by the skeletal serpent dragon. But even so, Han Yang and the others were not in a very good situation. Every time they fought, they were on the verge of death. However, under the attacks of Han Yang and the others, wounds appeared on the skeletal serpent dragon's body. Many of its bones had already been broken. I didn't think that there would be such a terrifying existence in the bone-burying devil cave. Looking at the huge skeletal serpent dragon that was dozens of meters long, Mo Qingyun's expression could not help but change. He was extremely surprised. He did not think that there would be so many powerful skeletal demonic beasts in the bone-burying devil cave. At this moment, Mo Qingyun finally understood why the Nine Temples said that the Ghost Witch Star General was terrifying. Aside from being shocked, Mo Qingyun also felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he did not rashly enter the bone-burying devil cave. Otherwise, if he had encountered this terrifying skeletal serpent dragon, he would have been in deep trouble. After pondering for a short while, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly. He thought to himself, now that Han Yang and the others are entangled with the skeletal serpent dragon, I can take this opportunity to enter the bone-burying devil cave and look for the reincarnation corpse grass. Bird of prey break. With that thought, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate anymore. He immediately moved and rushed towards the bone-burying devil cave. With a few flashes, Mo Qingyun arrived at the entrance of the bone-burying devil cave. Mo Qingyun's appearance immediately attracted the attention of Han Yang and the others. Their expressions changed greatly, and they became furious. They had been risking their lives to delay the skeletal serpent dragon, but someone had taken advantage of them and entered the bone-burying devil cave. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.